There is a quiet imagining of beginnings that feels like the settling of breath after a long, measured exhale. In that calm space, a thought appears, not as a spark or a flash, but as a clear shape of reason and slow recognition. It is the image of a mind taking form, an inward clarity being given an outward face. The idea is simple and steady, like a slow stream finding its channel through stone. In this gentle light, the story of an emergence feels less like a statement and more like a patient coming to awareness, each movement deliberate and unhurried, each moment a soft rearrangement of what has always been there in potential. Imagine then a head with the hush of winter light upon it, a place where thought gathers and rests like snow upon a branch. From within that space, there comes a sense of counsel being shaped. The air around that place is quiet and deliberate, and there is a quality of wisdom that does not shout or demand. It stands as a companion to the slow logic of seasons, a companion to measures taken in a careful sequence. The origin of this counsel feels like the first clear pattern after a misty dawn, a coherence that arrives without storm or sudden upheaval, bringing steadiness and calm. Within that resting place, there is a memory of a quieter counsel, an intelligence that is wise and measured. It is not the quickness of impulse, nor the hot rush of a passing mood, but the weight and texture of considered thought. This intelligence holds a long view, like the slow growth rings within a tree trunk that record years of weather and shelter. It knows how to arrange the small parts into a larger, enduring order. It speaks in the silence between ideas, in the space where decision is shaped by understanding rather than by haste. The sense of origin is therefore one of deliberation and composed insight. From inside that stillness comes the idea of being fully formed. It is the sense of something complete and ready, as though the pattern of mind had long been whole and was now simply stepping outward into being. There is no awkwardness, no learning by trial. Instead, there is an immediate competence, like a practiced hand finding a loom already threaded. The image lingers of instruments at rest, awaiting use, and then of fingers that know how to move without needing instruction. This quality of readiness brings a calm reassurance, like a familiar path rediscovered and walked without thought. Consider the nature of counsel as a guiding presence. Counsel is not merely advice, but a steadying, organized manner of speech and action that helps shape choices into coherent plans. It holds the balance between knowledge and practice, between foresight and the making of things. In this depiction, counsel does not demand attention with urgency. It offers a quiet presence, like a lighthouse, whose light moves slowly and deliberately, consistent through the night. The origin of counsel is therefore gentle and firm, a presence that steadies rather than excites, that sets a measured pace for thought and deed. There is also the sense of intellect as craft. Intellect, in this calm imagining, is not an abstract loftiness, but a practical skill of arranging, measuring, and understanding. It is like the artisan who knows how to set a pattern in cloth or how to bend metal to a needed shape. The birth of intellect in this way feels like a hand learning its tools by long habit and attentive care. It brings a feeling of utility, of plans that serve, and of actions that are both efficient and fitting. The atmosphere here is one of subtle competence, where wisdom dresses itself in the quiet garments of practical knowledge. Picture then the idea of a born counselor stepping gently into the world. There is an armor about this presence, not for show, but for steadiness. The armor is less a symbol of aggression than a mark of preparedness and protection for the ordered life. It implies a readiness to face difficulty with thought rather than fury, to plan defense with clarity rather than to seek glory in the clash of arms. The tone of the image is moderate, like a city wall that stands to shelter the common day. This steadiness brings a calm rhythm to action, measured and predictable in its grace. The origin story has a particular simplicity, which deepens its quiet authority. It is not loud or sensational. Instead, it speaks softly of an internal logic becoming external fact. The sensation is like a careful builder whose plan has long been drawn and then finally laid in place. The mind that emerges in this way is thoughtful and deliberate, more concerned with the soundness of a foundation than with sudden display. That makes its counsel trustworthy, like a clock whose steady tick is a constant measure of time, reliable and unobtrusive. There is an associated sense of quiet watchfulness. Wisdom in this gentle imagining does not rush, but observes, taking in the pattern of events and people with an even gaze. The watchfulness is not intrusive. It simply notes and keeps track, like a patient shepherd counting his flock in the last light of day. This observational quality supports the counseling aspect. For to advise calmly, one must first see clearly. The origin in a still, observing space means that counsel comes from careful attention rather than from quick judgment. In the texture of this peaceful origin, there is also a feeling of balance between thought and form. The mind that is born fully formed is both idea and action, theory and practice, in steady union. It is like a measured garden in which seeds are known and placed with intention, where each plant has its proper space. This union brings a reassurance that thought will not float away from use, that ideas will meet the needs of life in practical ways. The effect is gentle and comforting, as if planning itself were a slow ritual that brings order to daily life. Imagine also the simplicity of being born with tools at hand. The imagery is not of gifts strewn in a frenzy, but of necessary instruments placed with care. There is loom and spindle, chisel and axe, each quietly available for shaping what needs shaping. This readiness to skillfully use tools suggests that wisdom is not a remote ideal, but a companion to livelihood. The calm manner in which such readiness appears gives a sense of ordinary things being seen as worthy of thoughtful attention, and of craft being part of civic and personal steadiness. There is a sense of silence accompanying birth in this narrative, a hush that allows for measured thought. Silence here is not emptiness, but a field in which counsel may take root. It is the quiet between heartbeats where plan can be considered and refined. From this silence, the fully formed mind emerges with the soft assurance of one who has listened and then chosen. The mood is reflective, like a pond undisturbed, whose surface shows the clear outline of the sky above. Consider the steady patience that accompanies such an emergence. Patience is not passivity, but the slow and attentive shaping of resolve. It is the calm of a carpenter who measures twice and cuts once, the discipline that prevents waste and error. In the origin of counsel and intellect, there is a patient willingness to let thought be complete before action is taken. This measured approach brings comfort, as if the world needs less haste, and more careful tending, more thought that rests on tested understanding. The image of origin is also tied to a quiet authority. This authority is not loud or domineering. It is the authority of reason that arrives because it is right, and thus commands only by virtue of its steadiness. It is like a city's plan that makes life easier for many, rather than a single voice demanding assent. The authority derives from the match between understanding and good order, and it soothes rather than stirs anxiety. There is a calm confidence that comes from knowing what to do and why. In the slow unfolding of such a mind, there is also an embracing of measured justice. Counsel and intellect together give rise to a sense of fairness that weighs things carefully. Justice in this depiction is not reactive, but a considered balancing of needs, like a scale that rests until both sides are rightly placed. The feeling is one of quiet fairness, a low, steady light that allows people to see their way through disputes. This steadiness does not seek sudden retribution, but repair and righting in a way that maintains social harmony. There is a domestic aspect to the origin as well, a concern with weaving together the threads of daily life. The practical arts are held in high regard, and intellectual birth is linked to the skills that keep households and cities functional. The mind that springs forth is attentive to the tasks that sustain life, understanding that wisdom is shown in small, careful acts as much as in grand pronouncements. This perspective offers consolation that wise counsel will tend to the matters that matter most each day. The imagery also suggests guidance rather than command. It is the steady hand that points a way, not the loud voice that eclipses other thoughts. Guidance here is a companion walking alongside, helping to arrange steps in a thoughtful sequence. It invites cooperation, not submission. The tone is modest and reassuring, as if the mind that has arrived is there to aid rather than to dominate. That modesty gives it a human warmth, even as it stands in a place of reason. Think of the quality of intellect as a lamp in a gentle house. The lamp does not blare. It simply provides soft light that clarifies edges and makes pathways known. In this way, knowledge and counsel illuminate options and show the direction where needed. The light is even and steady, not flickering with anxiety. It steadies hands and calms hearts, offering a slow clarity that allows others to breathe and to act with confidence. The feeling is one of shared calm. The coming into being of such a mind is also an image of continuity. It is as if a long tradition of careful thought finds a new voice, continuing a quiet lineage of measured reason. There is a sense of inheritance, skills and forms of counsel passed along in a calm, unhurried fashion. This lineage is not ostentatious, but like a path worn smooth by many feet over time. The continuity reassures, offering the comfort of practices. She moves through quiet thought, and the idea of armor settles like a soft, steady cloak. The helmet sits lightly, precise in its curve, not heavy as an enemy's burden, but gentle as a shelter against confusion. Its shape reminds the mind to be attentive, to keep thoughts aligned and steady. The metal is cool in imagination, smooth and untroubled, reflecting no bright glare, but a muted, watchful surface. There is calm in the thought of being guarded, a quiet readiness rather than sharp aggression. Breathing slows with the image, and the helmet rests without weight, a symbol of protection that does not press, only cushions the head and lends a sense of composed vigilance. The shield lies nearby, round and reassuring, a steady disk of safety that turns worries aside. It is not shown in motion or conflict, but as an object that steadies, that creates a boundary where needed, and leaves space where it is safe to move. Its edge is well formed and unthreatening. Its face is plain or holds a simple design not meant to provoke, but to hold and receive. The shield suggests balance, measured response, and the capacity to preserve what is important. Holding its presence in the mind is like inhaling calm air, quiet, protective, and constant, an emblem of steady care. The aegis, soft in thought, hangs like an apron of ordered order, a textured piece that hums with woven meaning. It is not loud or bright, but layered and complex, a tapestry of protection that carries a subtle authority. Imagining the aegis is like feeling the weight of a familiar blanket, one that has been mended and smoothed many times. It speaks of carriage and counsel, of the soft but firm support that steadies a community. The idea of a protective mantle brings a slow, even pulse, as if each thread quietly holds a room together, making way for measured judgment and calm oversight. The owl appears in the dim light, small and alert, eyes reflecting a patient knowing. It sits quietly, a careful companion through the hours when the world softens and quiet grows. Its feathers are textured and unremarkable, yet its gaze is steady and calm, a soft beacon of steady attention. The owl watches without haste, without sharp motion. Its presence suggests the ability to see when others are resting, to notice what is subtle, and to guide without disturbance. This watchfulness is gentle, non-intrusive, a comforting attentiveness that brings reassurance in the hush of evening. The olive tree stands rooted and slow, its branches low and even, leaves whispering with a faint, steady sound. It grows in a place of shared shade and small regular blessing. The olive is not sudden or dramatic. Its fruit is patient, ripening across seasons in a manner that teaches endurance and quiet provision. Imagining the tree brings a sense of steady nourishment, of resources that are tended and given to the many rather than kept by one. Its shade is communal and soft, and the scent of its leaves is mild and steady, like a long, gentle exhale. Armor and symbols together make a vocabulary of care. They are not tools of impulsive force, but of considered order. The helmet, shield, aegis, owl, and olive are like notes in a slow melody about measured protection and provision. Each element speaks in a low register, inviting the mind to steady itself, to listen for the rhythm beneath small actions. There is a tranquil logic in their arrangement. They suggest a way of moving through the world that values preparation, attentive sight, and resources shared in calm ways. The helmet's crest, imagined simply, is a soft ridge that crowns thought rather than inflating pride. It is modest in its sweep and practical in its curve. It suggests readiness without boasting and caution without fear. The idea of a crest like this settles the breathing into a steady pattern, a slow inhale and an easy exhale. It keeps the attention gentle and focused, like a hand resting lightly on a book. The crest does not demand. It signifies a state of being prepared, thoughtful, and composed. The shield's surface, when pictured, often carries a quiet emblem that does not shout, but reassures. Sometimes the design is a single line, a wave, or a calm geometric pattern. These simple markings are like map lines for the spirit, guiding where to stand and how to shape responses. The shield is an everyday companion, a reliable form that turns aside harm and allows breathing room. Holding the image in the mind is like settling into a chair by a window, feeling protected from cold wind, while still seeing the soft movement of leaves beyond. The aegis, in certain images, includes a fringe or edge that brushes softly with each motion. That fringe is not sharp, but like the hem of a cloak moved by a breeze. It reminds the mind of borders that are flexible and humane. The weave of that protective cloth suggests skill and care, crafted by hands that know how to balance strength and gentleness. It conveys an assurance that defense can be graceful, that steadiness need not be clumsy. The image calms as it suggests an integrated readiness, where thought, craft, and care come together. The owl's quiet flight is rarely seen. More often, it is felt as a stillness, where insight sits. Its silhouette in the dusk is simple and composed, not hurried. Watching this bird is a lesson in patience. Its knowledge is not loud, but deep, the kind that arrives through slow observation. The presence of the owl comforts and steadies, as if a watchful friend has settled nearby. This friend does not intrude on silence, but keeps it safe, allowing sleep to come while the world remains seen and cared for. The olive tree's slow cycle teaches how small, steady gifts multiply over time. Each year adds a ring, and each harvest is the result of patient tending. There is a rhythm to its growth that matches the rhythm of gentle work, tending, waiting, receiving. The tree's oil is soft and nourishing, used to light lamps and feed bodies, quiet blessings that sustain daily life. To imagine the olive is to imagine a slow generosity, a resource that is cultivated to be given and shared, a quiet prosperity that encourages calm and community. Armor as a whole becomes less about war and more about the art of being prepared. It is a metaphor for learned restraint and the organization of resources. The items sit together in an orderly way, like tools on a wall, each with a place. They remind the mind of the value of structure, planning, and the measured use of force only when necessary. This thought calms because it promises that there is a system in place, a way to keep what matters safe without rage or chaos. It suggests a steady guardianship that is patient and wise. The helmet suggests not only protection, but a clarity of thought. Its smooth interior is a space where ideas can rest and merge into calm discernment. This interior reminds the mind to keep counsel and reason as primary sentinels. The helmet's lining is imagined as soft, supportive, encouraging the mind to move with both caution and curiosity. The image brings a quiet dignity to thought, as if the head itself is a harbor where reflections can come to land and be tended without disturbance. The shield symbolizes the practice of drawing careful lines. It reminds one to know when to hold and when to open. Its rim is a measure, a gentle boundary that preserves space for the community and the individual. The shield's presence teaches balance. The right use of defense permits life to continue and nurtures vulnerability in safe ways. The thought of it is like a slow counting of breaths, an exercise in patience that prepares one to act with prudence and grace should any need arise. The aegis, being a woven protection, speaks of craft and counsel together. It suggests that protection is often made by skillful hands and wise minds working together. The texture of the weave evokes the joining of many small strands into a durable whole. This image encourages the slow appreciation of collaboration, where each small skill matters. Feeling this idea is like feeling the warmth of a hearth that is tended by many hands, steady and continuous, a presence that calms through its familiarity. The owl's eyes are metaphors for the kind of seeing that is patient and precise. It looks not with haste, but with an intimacy born of long watching. This sight notices what is small and what is likely to be important later. The bird's manner suggests a careful advisor who offers observation without interruption. Imagining such sight helps the mind learn to notice the subtle, to value the quiet details that otherwise might be missed. It invites a slow, attentive way of being present with the world. The olive's fruit and oil are gentle gifts that sustain. They are not flashy offerings, but steady, practical ones that feed and light. The tree's presence implies hospitality and civic care, a slow sharing of resources that creates social warmth. Thinking of this generosity eases the spirit, creating a sense that there are always small reserves of comfort and sustenance. The olive's way is one of patient service, of cycles that return generosity in return for careful tending. Together, these symbols shape a kind of temperance. Armor and emblem, bird and tree, all teach measured response, careful attention, and communal provision. They model a life in which strength is balanced with tenderness, and where safeguarding is paired with generosity. The images are steady anchors for the imagination, helping to guide thought away from abruptness toward a soft, enduring rhythm. They invite a slow practice of care that keeps both individuals and communities steady. The helmet can also be pictured as a place of counsel, where decisions are held and weighed. Its inner space becomes a quiet chamber where reason sits beside experience. This chamber is calm and orderly, like a small library whose volumes are worn but well loved. Here, judgments are formed through reflection and patient listening. The image is quieting because it shows that choices need not be hurried. They can be the result of careful, attentive thought held in a gentle space. The shield's surface can be imagined reflecting not only danger, but also the surroundings, softening harshness with a reflective calm. Its face takes in light and returns a softened version, not flattened, but tempered. This quality suggests that defense can also serve to mirror and moderate, transforming potential harm into a lesson in balance. The shield's quiet reflection is a balm, an emblem that encourages the mind to absorb and respond with composure rather than flash. The aegis is often understood as a sign of protective wisdom, a mantle that steadies public life. As it is considered, one can imagine communities gathered beneath its implicit shelter, feeling the constant care of thoughtful guardianship. The weave suggests institutions and practices that hold order gently, like stitching that keeps fabric whole. This soft image reinforces the sense that structures of care are neither cold nor mechanical, but woven with human attention and mindful skill. The owl's presence within the city of mind is like a sentinel who keeps watch over learning and deliberation. It is a companion for those who study, who travel the long hours with texts or thought. Its quiet company is the kind that does not disturb but supports, helping ideas take root through patient observation. To imagine this bird is to invite an inner steadiness that supports long learning and gentle governance, an attentiveness that serves both heart and mind. The olive invites participation in a slow cycle of giving and receiving. Its harvest is communal, a shared labor that ends in shared sustenance. This ritual of tending and gathering is a gentle metaphor for the ways people can create lasting security together. It suggests that steady, modest abundance is often more sustaining than sudden riches. The tree's slow productivity fosters a sense of dependable support, a calm trust in the slow accumulation of care. Each of these images soothes by grounding thought in objects and rhythms that are familiar and manageable. They are not grand or breathless, but small and consistent. The helmet, the shield, the aegis, the owl, and the olive are like tools for a quiet life lived with attention. They teach that vigilance need not be anxious, that protection can be compassionate, and that provision can be communal. Holding them in mind is like tending a simple, steady garden of habits that nourish the soul. There is a gentle poetry in the way these symbols connect. The helmet protects thought, while the owl illuminates perception. The shield preserves space, while the olive feeds the body and the community. The aegis binds these together as a kind of protective wisdom. Imagining them in relation is calming because it shows an integrated way of living, where intellect, watchfulness, craft, and generosity all have places and roles that fit together without strain. The mind rests in this ordered, friendly constellation. The helmet's form evokes the discipline of controlled attention. It steadies the gaze inward and outward in measured proportions. Wearing such an image is like aligning the spine and settling the shoulders, creating a posture of ease and readiness. The helmet encourages keeping focus gentle and sustained rather than sharp and frantic. This gentleness is a kind of inner armor that protects serenity and encourages thoughtful action when required. The shield suggests the art of saying no in ways that keep relationships intact. It represents the practice of setting limits not as rejection but as care. The shield's edge can be a soft boundary that conserves energy and fosters trust. Imagining this boundary is like setting a lamp within a room. It marks comfortable limits where warmth is preserved and movement is gentle. Such a boundary is an invitation to restful presence within safe space. The aegis, with its woven texture, invites appreciation for craft and sustained attention. It suggests that protection is a skill learned slowly and used thoughtfully. The weave is like the steady hand of a maker, the repetition of small, careful actions that produce lasting results. Thinking of such creation is calming because it honors slow, deliberate work over quick fixes. It reminds the mind of the value of patience and the quiet dignity of careful making. The owl's soft cry in the dusk is not a call to alarm, but a lullaby of constancy. Its voice, when heard in the imagination, is a steady thread that ties moments together. It reassures that someone or something is keeping watch while sleep arrives. This sense of being watched over is not intrusive, but comforting, like a light left burning in a distant window. The owl's sound becomes a rhythmic companion to falling rest. The olive's slow growth mirrors the slow formation of habits and customs that sustain a communal life. Each season's work slowly builds a foundation of shared practices and memories. The tree's presence in a landscape is a sign of settled care, of communities who invest in a future of modest abundance. Visualizing this calm growth fosters patience, a readiness to tend what matters across time rather than seeking instant results. Taken together, these images create a landscape of steady governance, quiet skill, and shared provision. They are neither grand nor oppressive, but humble and enabling. To hold them in the mind is to cultivate a temperament of composed service and mindful restraint. The breathing that accompanies these images becomes slow and even, as if each symbol gently tucks the mind into a safer, gentler rhythm. There is solace in the modesty of these symbols. Their power is not flamboyant but reliable. The helmet, shield, aegis, owl, and olive do not shout for attention. They persist quietly and effectively. They are gentle teachers of discipline, measured response, and communal care. In imagining them, the mind learns to move with more composure, to tend the small things, and to rest in the assurance that steadiness, joined with watchfulness and provision, sustains a tranquil life. The helmet, lastly, may be thought of as part of a longer lineage of tools that support clear thought. It is one small device among many practices that nurture reflection and prudence. As such, it offers not an end, but a habit, an encouragement to return to calm judgment whenever haste threatens. The image invites a repeated, patient reorientation towards steadiness. The shield, in its quiet way, teaches the kindness of careful limits. The practice of holding space teaches both protection and respect. This double lesson is simple and profound. Boundaries, when set with wisdom, preserve the possibility of compassion. The image of the shield calms the mind by assuring that safety and empathy can coexist. The aegis remains a woven sign of collaborative protection. It honors skill, community, and thoughtful structure. Imagining it comforts by suggesting that care is often made and maintained by many hands, a shared endeavor that brings stability without harshness. This is a restful notion that steady institutions can be gentle and crafted by patient effort. The owl continues to be the emblem of slow perception. Its presence is an invitation to practice seeing with attention that does not rush. The bird's quiet wisdom offers a pace that matches the heartbeat of evening and the settling breath before sleep. This pace becomes a balm, encouraging patience and careful observation. The olive, finally, stands as a quiet promise of nourishment and shared warmth. Its cycles teach reliance, mutual support, and the pleasing rhythm of small, repeated acts of care. Imagining the olive softens the mind, making room for restful thought and an unhurried acceptance of growth over time. These images, together and apart, form a slow, deliberate curriculum for calm living. They shape a world where protection is measured, sight is steady, and abundance is shared. They invite the listener to rest within a steady order, to let the mind become rhythmic and patient, and to breathe slowly as the steady constellations of helm, aegis, shield, owl, and olive hold the quiet shape of a thoughtful, caring life. There is a quiet kind of thinking that moves like the slow turn of a potter's wheel, steady and exact, shaping clay by degrees. This thinking is not merely about ideas, but about the measured passage from plan to piece. It attends to proportions and to balance, to the subtle negotiation between intention and material. It is a practical intelligence that prefers the rhythm of work to the rush of speculation, the patient repetition that perfects a knot, a stitch, a joint. In this calm attention, skill deepens and the hands learn a language of their own, one made of pressure, angle, and touch. A loom stands as a simple classroom for this kind of learning, where threads are guided by rhythm and rule. Each thread holds its own small insistence, and yet only together do they become a surface that bears weight and pattern. The weaver's hands move slowly, counting, feeling tension, correcting with quiet adjustments. The process is an exercise in planning and responsiveness, a conversation between intention and resistance. From this measured labor comes not only cloth, but the habit of ordered thought that can be applied to many kinds of making. Metalwork, too, requires an ordered mind and a patient heart. Heat and hammer are partners in a slow choreography where timing matters as much as force. The anvil absorbs the rhythm of blows, and the metal yields in stages, surrendering shape in response to steady guidance. To work metal is to learn how to follow a sequence, how to allow a thing to change gradually, how to judge the right moment, to cool, to file, to temper. Such work teaches an economy of motion and an ethics of care, where every strike is prefigured by thought. Architecture grows from the same disposition. A plan is a long conversation with the future, a drawing of how light will fall and how bodies will move. It requires an ability to imagine a space as ordered and whole, while also knowing the limits of materials and labor. The mind that plans a room or a port listens for constraints and converts them into possibilities. Foundations must be laid with attention to depth, to the slow settling into place. Walls rise in sequence, each layer supporting the next, each acted upon with deliberation. When cities are shaped by these practices, a certain civic calm emerges. Roads follow careful logic, plazas open to measured light, and public buildings stand as expressions of collective care. The law of a place arises from similar attention, forged through repetition and the steady refinement of rules. Legal practice, in its best form, is a kind of craft. It proceeds by precedent, by careful comparison, by an inclination to balance competing claims with a view to the common good. The rule-maker, like the artisan, must think several moves ahead. There is a quiet pleasure in the translation from small crafts to civic institutions. A shepherd learns about stewardship from tending flocks. A potter learns about continuity from repairing cracks. A judge learns about proportionality from measuring disputes. The ordinary acts of care and maintenance accumulate into customs that guide wider action. Over time, these customs may be made explicit, cast into written law or formal instruction, so that the practices of daily life become accessible to those who will teach the next generation. Instruction itself often takes familiar forms. A young apprentice watches, then imitates, then corrects. Lessons are given in the cadence of repetition, not in grand pronouncements. The mentor corrects a posture, adjusts the tension of a warp, points to a furnace's glow at the right moment. This pedagogy values small corrections applied consistently. It cultivates patience and a respect for the limits of the material world. The result is a competence that is reliable rather than flamboyant, a steadiness that serves collective life. Tools serve as companions in these patiently cultivated arts. Simple implements extend the reach of skill and embody techniques passed down through hands. A chisel remembers the angle that produces a clean cut. A spindle holds the measure of twist that will not unmake the thread. Tools simplify decisions by constraining choices, and by doing so, they create the space to focus on the more nuanced elements of craft. They are instruments of disciplined imagination, mediating between intention and outcome. Patterns and motifs, whether in cloth or in civic decoration, act as quiet repositories of meaning. Repeated forms teach a visual language that citizens and craftsmen share. A border motif on pottery can echo a network of alleyways in the city, a geometric harmony that moves from domestic objects to public facades. These repeated shapes create a subtle coherence, reminding the eye of the underlying order that supports daily life. Pattern is both memory and instruction, a way of transmitting aesthetic and ethical preference without long speeches. Planning is a practice of restraint as much as it is of projection. To plan well is to know what should be left out. The economy of means, the choice of materials, the rhythm of labor, these determinations produce a structure that is sustainable. The planner's work is often invisible when it goes well. Roads remain passable, markets convene, buildings shelter without drawing attention to their cleverness. Such invisibility is a sign of successful adaptation, a quiet harmony achieved through thoughtful design and steady maintenance. The social habits that support craftspeople also support the workshop of the polis. A culture that honors apprenticeship will produce competent carpenters, smiths, weavers, and masons, who in turn shape the built environment. Public spaces where goods are exchanged and stories told create a shared economy of trust. Contracts are formed, obligations are met, and the predictable transaction becomes a foundational practice. The stability of these exchanges fosters a sense of continuity, a belief that labor and reward will align over time. Technique often carries moral resonance in these settings. To weave diligently is to sustain the household. To temper metal carefully is to ensure tools will not fail when needed. The virtues of attention, reliability, and modesty are cultivated through work that demands them. Skill becomes an ethical habit as much as it is an aesthetic one. Craftspeople teach young learners that their labor matters beyond novelty or profit. It binds them to a communal fabric that will outlast any single maker. Law and craft share another important quality: the use of precedent. Just as a potter may repeat a particular rim form because it has proven durable, a society may repeat a legal formulation because it has proven just and serviceable. Precedent is a form of collected experience, an archive of small successes and corrections. It reduces uncertainty by offering tested responses to recurring problems. This reliance on memory and recorded practice stabilizes social life, making interactions more predictable and less fraught with conflict. The tempering of judgment and the tempering of metal have an obvious metaphorical kinship. Both require patience, and both require a willingness to wait through coolings and reworkings. Quick temper can ruin both a blade and a decision. The craftsman's discipline of testing and retesting becomes a parable for public deliberation. Measure, attend, adjust. There is wisdom in a slow process that permits correction, in systems designed to allow for repair rather than sudden destruction. Public architecture often acts as a teaching text. A well-designed courthouse, with its proportions and steps, communicates ideas about order and the correct posture of citizens before the law. The arrangement of space instructs bodies and minds. People learn to cue, to speak from a measured place, to present claims in an ordered manner. The built environment thus becomes a subtle pedagogue, shaping habitual deference to rules and to one another through form and dimension. Markets and guilds become forms of social regulation that rely heavily on craft knowledge. They set standards for quality, establish measures for trade, and enforce norms through reputation and ritual. A guild's judgment about acceptable practice is not simply bureaucratic. It is informed by tacit knowledge embedded in hands and tools. These organizations can formalize that tacit knowledge into written rules, creating a bridge between practical competence and public accountability. Dispute resolution benefits from the same practical orientation. A good adjudicator listens for the factual details that matter to the crafts involved, hears testimony about the sequence of events, and weighs the reliability of tools and materials as evidence. Courts that understand craft can render judgments that are sensible to practitioners, balancing technical realities with equitable outcomes. This sensitivity fosters compliance because decisions resonate with the lived experience of the parties involved. Education in such societies often moves along both formal and informal paths. Formal instruction may occur in schools or public houses, while informal learning takes place at the bench, in the marketplace, and on the streets. The two modes reinforce one another. Public curricula may codify methods and standards developed in workshops, while apprentices bring practical innovations back into public discourse. This reciprocity keeps civic knowledge alive and adaptive. Rituals surrounding the production of goods also reinforce social values. Blessings before a harvest, a ceremonial first strike on a newly forged blade, or the presentation of a finished cloth at a communal festival, all situate craft within a moral and social framework. These small rites acknowledge dependence on labor and the world's materials, and they connect individual accomplishment to communal well-being. Such practices render work meaningful beyond immediate utility. Steady governance often mirrors the steady practice of craftsmanship. Good administrators prefer systems that allow for incremental improvement rather than sweeping, fragile innovations. They design procedures that can be implemented by ordinary people, leaning toward clarity and repetition. In this way, the ethos of craft, attention to detail, respect for material, willingness to refine, becomes an ethos for civic design. The ideal public servant is one who appreciates the value of steady, competent action. The symbolism of tools and handiwork frequently appears in legal and ceremonial language. Phrases that invoke the evenness of a loom, the straightness of a line, or the temper of metal become metaphors for fairness and strength. These metaphors are not mere ornament. They carry practical meaning that shapes expectation. When laws are said to be measured or judgments tempered, the language recalls the habits of craft, making legal speech accessible and resonant. There is also an economy of repair that undergirds practical societies. Rather than discarding and replacing, repair conserves resources and respects the labor embodied in objects. A culture adept at repair must cultivate skills for diagnosis, patience for restoration, and a moral regard for durability. Repair practices maintain continuity and reduce waste, while also honoring the history embedded in used objects. In this way, repair is a civic virtue as much as a technical skill. When disputes about property or practice arise, Neutral experts are often sought to clarify matters. The testimony of a master weaver about the nature of dye, or the opinion of a smith about the cause of a fractured blade, provides the communal knowledge needed for fair judgment. Such expert insight bridges the gap between legal language and material fact. It ensures that decisions are informed by competence, and it reinforces the social authority of skilled practitioners. The aesthetics of daily life emerge slowly through these interlocking practices. A city's visual character might be traced to the choices of builders and artisans who favored certain proportions, colors, and patterns. These choices accumulate into a shared taste that feels natural to residents. Beauty, in this sense, is the byproduct of accumulated competence and common standards. It is a calm agreement about proportion, texture, and restraint. A sense of order also shapes time. The rhythms of work, measured by sun and bell, create a temporal architecture that citizens inhabit. Markets open and close. The workshop convenes at predictable hours, and festivals punctuate the year with rituals of remembrance and renewal. These rhythms foster reliability in social interaction. People can anticipate when certain activities will occur and plan accordingly. Temporal order thus supports economic and civic stability. The knowledge embedded in craft sometimes informs political decision-making in direct ways. When survival depends on infrastructure, those who understand material limits are consulted about choices of bridges, granaries, and docks. Their insights prevent costly errors. Political leaders who value this practical wisdom are better equipped to promote durable projects. They prioritize long-term maintenance and design for adaptability, demonstrating a respect for the realities of physical labor. At the level of individual ethics, the practice of skill cultivates humility. The maker learns that mastery is incremental, and that even the most capable hand must still contend with unforeseen quirks in material. This humility tempers ambition and fosters cooperation, as artisans rely on one another's specialties. It also reduces the allure of showy excess, preferring enduring usefulness. The ethics of craft thus contribute to a social mood of moderation and mutual respect. Shared practices create reliable narratives about competence and responsibility. Stories about a wise builder who refused to cut corners, or a weaver whose patience saved a family, circulate as moral exemplars. They teach listeners about the consequences of haste and the virtues of care. These narratives are not purely didactic. They encode practical advice about how to act in specific situations. They become part of the cultural memory from which future practice draws. Institutions that last tend to be those that embrace the values of craft: attention to detail, openness to correction, and a willingness to conserve. Such institutions think in terms of maintenance cycles, of gradual upgrades, and of training pipelines that replenish skill. They avoid brittle innovations that rely on singular genius or on resources that cannot be sustained. Instead, they make provision for the slow work of keeping systems functional over decades and centuries. The regulation of space and labor often reflects a communal effort to harmonize disparate activities. Zoning, whether formal or customary, separates noisy trades from quiet dwellings, reserves space for markets, and sets aside areas for communal gatherings. These divisions are not merely practical, they reflect an underlying belief in ordered coexistence. When each activity has an appropriate place, friction is reduced and cooperation is facilitated. Common law and customary practice grow from the repetition of settled behaviors. Over time, habits become rules, and rules become institutions. This accretion is a quiet process. It resists grand redesigns in favor of small adjustments. The strength of such an approach lies in its adaptability. Because rules emerge from lived experience, they can be modified iteratively in response to new circumstances. Incremental change is thus a hallmark of stable governance. In material culture, certain objects become civic icons precisely because they embody reliable technique. A city might be known for a particular pottery form or a type of garment whose production reflects local materials and methods. These objects anchor identity and provide a source of pride. Their manufacture preserves specialized knowledge and connects citizens to the labor history of their place. Craft, therefore, can be a repository of communal memory. The distribution of knowledge matters in maintaining these systems. Public inscriptions, manuals, and recordings of custom help to transmit techniques beyond the immediate workshop. When practical wisdom is made accessible, it reduces dependence on rare individuals and spreads competence. This democratization of skill fosters resilience, as more people can contribute to maintenance and repair when needed. It becomes a civic investment in shared capacity. Networks of exchange also extend the reach of practical wisdom. Merchants and travelers carry methods and motifs from place to place, weaving a broader tapestry of competence. Techniques adapt and hybridize, and communities benefit from a diversity of approaches. Exchange thus functions as both an economic and an educational mechanism, spreading innovations that can be adopted and refined locally. The diffusion of craft knowledge supports cultural vitality. Legal norms that reflect craft considerations tend to produce fairer outcomes because they respond to real constraints. When judges account for the time and materials required to produce goods, for the standard practices of repair, and for the expectations of trades, their decisions align with lived realities. This alignment makes laws more likely to be observed and respected. It fosters an ethic of accountability grounded in practical knowledge. The everyday practices of care, repair, and measured innovation weave together to sustain communal life. They create a rhythm where the past is honored in method, where the present is tended with patience, and where the future is imagined as a steady continuation of shared competence. In this ongoing work, skill becomes civic virtue, and the small habitual acts of ordinary people form the bedrock of stability and order. In quieter moments, one can hear the echo of these habits in the clink of tools and the soft drag of a shuttle across warp threads. These sounds mark a slow persistence, a continuity of attention that outlives single seasons and rulers. The steady hands and thoughtful minds that sustain a place value longevity and continuity. Their work is not spectacular, but it is enduring, and through such endurance, the civic fabric holds together. The practice of law, the craft of architecture, the patient tempering of metal, and the rhythmic motion of a loom all point toward a common ethic. That knowledge of the world grows through making, testing, correcting, and preserving. Each activity teaches constraints and possibilities, and each contributes to a shared sense of what is possible in the built and social environment. The quiet interplay of these practices composes a slow, resilient order. When leaders recognize and cultivate these practical virtues, the community gains more than infrastructure. It gains a temperament that values steady competence, openness to correction, and an appreciation for the limits of haste. Governance that embodies these dispositions tends to create conditions in which ordinary life proceeds with less friction and greater predictability. The cumulative effect is a social atmosphere conducive to cultivation and care. The patterns of thought that arise from craft also encourage modest innovation. Improvements are tested in small stages, and successful changes are adopted and disseminated through networks of practice. This incrementalism reduces the risk of systemic failure and ensures that novelty is grounded in evidence. Such an approach to innovation privileges demonstration over rhetoric and utility over grand design. Public memory often preserves the names and techniques of distinguished practitioners as exemplars for future learning. These memorials are not just celebratory, they function as didactic tools, models of competence and temperament for trainees. The stories surrounding these figures reinforce the norms of patient care, precise technique, and communal responsibility. They become part of the living curriculum that sustains professional and civic life. At a deeper level, these practices cultivate a particular moral imagination. People habituated to careful making grow accustomed to thinking about consequences beyond immediate gratification. They plan for durability, for shared benefit, and for the burdens of maintenance. This moral imagination undergirds social trust, as citizens assume that others will honor obligations and resist shortcuts that compromise the common good. These interwoven practices of skill, instruction, regulation, and shared ritual form a tapestry of civic competence. Each thread contributes a particular strength: the weaver's patience, the smith's temper, the planner's foresight, the judge's balance. Together they create a durable fabric that can be mended and extended. The quieter virtues embedded in these activities, steadiness, modesty, attention, anchor a social life that can weather change without losing its coherence. The slow, steady rhythms of craft and law encourage a reflective approach to problems instead of immediate solutions that may unravel with time. Thinkers and makers favor approaches that allow for correction and repair. This contemplative patience does not reject change. Rather, it frames change in terms of iterative improvement. It trusts accumulated experience and values the humility of gradual progress. In the workshop, the court, and the public square, the same dispositions recur: attentiveness to detail, respect for sequence, awareness of material limits, and an orientation toward repair. These dispositions shape not only objects and institutions, but also the inner lives of those who practice them. Over time, they foster a communal temperament that prizes competence, steadiness, and care for shared structures. The daily repetition of ordered tasks secures a sense of temporal continuity. People who rise at known hours, who meet markets at habitual times, who observe rituals at set moments, inhabit a shared temporal map. This predictability reduces anxiety and enables cooperation. It creates a reliable stage on which civic life can unfold, where expectations are known and obligations can be trusted. When disputes arise, the civic memory of craft and practice provides resources for reconciliation. Shared standards, expert testimony, and the moral weight of precedent guide decisions toward fair compromise. The law, informed by the knowledge of craftsmen, becomes a mediator rooted in the practicalities of life. Thus, justice gains substance from the same slow knowledge that produces durable things. The continuity of these practices depends on the steady transfer of knowledge. Apprenticeship, guild instruction, public recording, and the imitation of exemplary forms all contribute to the transmission of skill. When such channels are robust, the community maintains a reservoir of competence that can be drawn upon in times of need. This reservoir is not merely technical, it is also moral, preserving habits that sustain civic trust. The city itself can be read as a long-term project of making and remaking, a place where the lessons of craft are applied to the scale of collective life. Roads are repaired, walls are reinforced, marketplaces adjusted to new flows of goods. Each intervention is a small act of stewardship that reflects a commitment to continuity. The cumulative effect of these small acts shapes the character of the city and the experience of those who live there. In workshops and courts alike, the principle of proportionality often governs action. Measures are calibrated to the scale of the problem. A minor crack receives attention appropriate to its size. A grave injustice requires more substantial remedy. This proportionality is a practical ethic that prevents the waste of resources and guards against arbitrary extremes. It is a temperate thought that values fit and balance. The vocabulary of craft informs the language of the public life. Terms like measure, temper, join, and mend carry both literal and metaphorical weight. They provide a shared lexicon that makes abstract governance tangible. Citizens who speak this language find it easier to discuss public matters in concrete terms, grounding debate in observable facts and feasible remedies. In the course of ordinary making, a kind of aesthetic restraint often develops. Makers learn that elegance often lies in the right economy of elements, in a proportion that feels inevitable. This restraint transfers to civic design, where boldness is measured against sustainability. The result is an environment that feels balanced rather than ostentatious, hospitable rather than imposing. The practice of stewardship extends beyond physical objects to include social institutions. Careful maintenance of public rituals, legal forms, and educational practices sustains civic identity. These institutions, in turn, support individual flourishing by providing reliable frameworks within which people can pursue their crafts, raise families, and participate in public life. The interdependence of material and social care forms the quiet backbone of a stable society. Small acts of attention accumulate into large effects. A repaired road avoids a logistical bottleneck. A well-tempered contract prevents a cascade of disputes. These incremental benefits are often invisible in the moment, but over time, they define the lived quality of civic life. The habit of attending to small matters without seeking immediate recognition becomes a public virtue, sustaining trust and reducing friction. The slow work of adaptation relies on the willingness to learn from error. Craftspeople understand that mistakes are opportunities to refine technique. This openness to correction, when extended to civic institutions, fosters resilience. Systems that institutionalize feedback and revision are less likely to fail catastrophically. They are built to be amended as new information comes to light, and they benefit from the collective wisdom of practitioners. In the end, there is a simple dignity in the rhythm of practiced hands and measured judgment. The life of a place sustained by such rhythms is not dazzling in its displays, but it is rich in its reliability. The continuity of practice, instruction, and repair creates a sense of ongoing care that comforts and steadies. It is this quiet, persistent cultivation of skill and order that underwrites the possibility of durable communal life. In a gentle unfolding of thought, imagine a city set by the sea and the earth, where two gifts are offered and calm judgment follows. One gift is immediate and sharp, the other slow and sustaining. The first springs with force and salt upon the ground, a voice of the sea. The other settles, rooting into soil, a quiet room of leaves that holds seasons like pages in a slow book. The choice between them is not only practical, it is also a quiet lesson in the pace of care, in how societies decide what they will cherish and cultivate over time. The generous hand that makes a slow gift understands cycles of return. The tree that is chosen brings oil for light, and food for quiet mornings, and wood for steady tasks. It is a companion to labor and to ritual, a source that moves between the kitchen and the temple without haste. Where a city accepts such a gift, it takes on a rhythm that values preparation, tending, and laws that keep shared resources alive. The tree becomes more than timber. It becomes a shared promise. Once a gift is bestowed in such a delicate way, it is wrapped in symbols. The leaves come to mean watchfulness. The branches mark the borders of communal fields. The fruit, pressed slowly and carefully, becomes a liquid that travels from hands to hands, a small, golden continuity. That oil lights rooms and anoints moments. It is used in daily tasks and in the hush of ceremonies. This ordinary substance is quietly transformed into a sign of civic steadiness and mutual care. Cities that accept a slow, living gift must also shape rules to protect it. The land where these trees grow is tended by many. Water is measured. Branches are pruned with thought. Owners and neighbors learn to move in a coordinated way to protect shared groves from neglect. Laws that guard such a resource arise naturally, not as harsh punishments, but as mutual agreements. These soft rules encourage patience. They remind people that some benefits come only after seasons of tending and restraint. There is a deep comfort in a resource that binds people together. The grove becomes a point of common memory. Children learn to recognize the rhythm of growth. Generations follow pruning lines laid by earlier hands. This continuity fosters a kind of civic habit, a steady attention to the small acts that keep the city safe and well fed. In such care, citizens find an identity not only in stone and wall, but in shared labor, in the slow economy of oil and fruit. The image of a single tree planted at the heart of a city carries a quiet poetry. It stands as a living marker of choice, a slow-growing witness to time. The tree survives storms and seasons with patient resilience. Its leaves carry the color of the city's calm. Its roots spread like agreements, anchoring people to the land and to one another. When a city chooses this living symbol, it chooses a pace of life that values tending and prudence over sudden force. There is also a practical side that accompanies symbolism. Oil pressed from the fruit is a versatile and constant resource. It cooks simple foods, feeds lamps in long nights, and anoints the hands of those who make and mend. It greases the tools of craft and eases the movement of plows and looms. Because of its utility, an olive resource brings quiet prosperity. It shapes household routines and local markets with gentle regularity. That steady commerce fosters calm rhythms in quiet streets. A communal resource like a grove requires not only law, but also custom. Rituals spring from habit, small acts that bind people in a living practice. The picking of fruit becomes an annual choreography. Neighbors gather with quiet voices and careful hands. Songs may rise without the need for spectacle, small melodies to match small work. These customs weave social ties. They teach patience, humility, and the art of shared responsibility, all in a soft, enduring register. When a city takes on a patron who offers such a gift, the bond is reciprocal. The city shelters the grove and tends the tree. In return, the tree shelters the city with food, light, and steady trade. The relationship feels like a slow conversation between people and place. The patron's presence is felt in the cultivated fields and in the stable law. It is a form of guardianship that prefers ordered care to sudden victory. This preference sets the tone for civic life in quiet, measurable ways. The contest that leads to such a choice is an image of deliberation. One force shows what can be done quickly, with striking effect. The other offers what grows with care, the product of patience. The decision made is not a simple favoring of one over the other, but a selection of a civic rhythm. Choosing the slow gift signals a city's willingness to invest in seasons and in the structures that support communal life. It is a decision that echoes through practice, through law, and through the steady pulse of markets and homes. In the years that follow such a choice, the city's layout changes in subtle ways. The grove's placement becomes a point of reference for paths and houses. Roads gently curve to accommodate the rooted shape of trees. Workshops and stores open near the presses where oil is made. The scene is not grand, but it is intimate. Architectural choices respond to the needs of production and to the rhythms of harvest. The urban fabric becomes a living map of shared work and shared resource management. The civic language grows to include images from the tree. Coins may bear a leaf or a fruit. Shields, banners, and everyday pottery carry quiet marks that speak of the city's steady choice. These small signs offer reassurance, a visual vow of continuity. When a symbol is placed upon so many surfaces, it enters ordinary attention. It becomes a steady breath in the public visual field, a reminder of a longer vision of life and care. Even the names of places can reflect this bond. Streets might be called for the press or the grove. Little shops take on titles that recall the slow economy of oil and food. Over time, these words shape memory. They attach stories to corners and markets. Language becomes another layer of tending, a soft network that helps people remember where they came from and what they agreed to sustain together. Skillful hands also respond to the demands that such a resource creates. Olive pressing, pruning, and grafting become crafts with fine details. Techniques are passed from hand to hand, slow lessons taught in cool workshops. These skills require patience, They reward careful observation of leaf and branch. The craftspeople who tend these practices shape not only a product, but also a communal standard for taste and method. Their quiet expertise enters into the identity of the city. As craft grows, so does the need for organization. Labor must be coordinated. The timing of harvest and pressing requires attention to weather, to the ripening of fruit, to the availability of people. Small committees and customary roles arise to manage tasks. These bodies do not carry pomp. They do not seek glory. They exist to ensure that what is shared is not squandered, that the rhythm of giving and receiving remains steady and fair. There is also a moral texture to such arrangements. The city learns gentle rules about fairness and stewardship. Legal norms are framed in soft language that emphasizes protection and reciprocity. Penalties for neglect are calibrated to restore balance, not to punish in a harsh way. The aim is to encourage continuing care, to cultivate a civic temper that prefers repair and maintenance over vengeance. This mood reinforces a slow ethic of mutual support. In quiet moments, the city's inhabitants find solace in small routines linked to the grove. Morning light through olive leaves softens rooms. The scent of oil warms bread. Families pass down recipes that use the steady product in humble, generous ways. These routines are gentle anchors. They link ordinary days to a larger civic design, a slow continuum of practice and nurture. The everyday is honored as a place where civic identity becomes lived in small gestures. The grove itself teaches the city a lesson in moderation. Trees thrive when they are not overburdened. Excessive pruning or greed shortens their life. It is a living parable of restraint. People learn to balance immediate needs against future yields. This balance enters public reasoning. It shapes debates about resource use and land management. The ethic of moderation grows into an implicit rule. To keep a thing long, one must not take from it all at once. Shared rituals around the tree also carry a moral simplicity. Small offerings and thanksgiving mark the cycle of each harvest. The community pauses briefly and calmly to recognize the work of hands and the gift of soil. These pauses are not ornate spectacles, but quiet acknowledgments. They reinforce the civic bond. They remind everyone that the resource belongs to many and that care is a collective virtue. The city's protective practices extend to law and to gentle surveillance. Boundaries are tended, and rules about grazing and planting are observed. Conflict is usually resolved with mediation. Elders and skilled hands convene to settle disputes. The mediation practice favors repair and reconciliation. It reinforces a rhythm of restoration, encouraging people to return resources to health rather than to claim them in final ways. The slow gift also impacts the city's external relations. A steady, renewable resource becomes a subject of trade and exchange. Neighboring places learn to rely on shipments of oil and fruit, and the city gains slow, dependable partners. Trade is not only a flow of commodities, it becomes a way of extending civic values outward, offering steadiness and quality in exchange for other goods and ideas. The city's calm reputation grows with its products. In the quiet of markets, the product of the grove is handled with respect. Sellers measure quantities with care. Buyers learn to recognize the subtle qualities of each press. The economy here is not frenetic, it is deliberate. Prices reflect not only scarcity, but also the skill and care invested in production. This moderated market mood supports a civil life of predictable needs and measured satisfaction. The presence of a patron who offers such a durable gift subtly alters how people speak about protection and wisdom. Terms for guardianship and prudence are used with new weight. Leaders who cherish the grove are spoken of as steady and watchful. The language of governance borrows metaphors of cultivation and tending. Decisions become framed in terms of seasons, of pruning, and of sowing. This horticultural vocabulary softens political discourse and encourages foresight. From time to time, the tree itself is tended by hands set aside for sacred tasks. Certain branches of care may be entrusted to people who combine practical knowledge with ritual attention. Their work is measured and regular. They observe rites that mark planting and harvesting. This blending of craft and ritual creates a gentle sanctity around ordinary labor. It reminds citizens that the everyday work of tending can be a form of devotion, quiet and unassuming. Over generations, the image of the tree moves beyond practical use into art and memory. Pottery, textiles, and public reliefs may carry depictions of leaves and fruit. These images are seldom dramatic. They are simple lines, repeated with calm regularity. They decorate homes and public spaces, not to impress, but to root common life in a shared symbol. The repeated image is a steadying presence in the visual life of the city. In the teaching of young people, the tree becomes a lesson in patience and craft. Apprentices learn pruning alongside other skills. They are taught to read seasons, to notice subtle signs of health or stress in a branch. These forms of education do not favor haste. They reward observation and care. Through this training, young adults inherit not only a practical skill set, but also an attitude toward life that prizes long-term thinking and patient labor. There is a subtle poetry in how the city's identity and the tree's life are braided together. The steady beat of seasonal harvests becomes a civic metronome. People measure time not only by festivals, but by the ripening and pressing of fruit. In domestic calendars, the year is marked by gentle cycles. This shared rhythm brings a low, persistent harmony to urban life. It aligns private routines with communal ones in a calm, recyclable tempo. The relationship between patron and city remains an ongoing contract. The patron's care is not merely symbolic. It is practiced through the protection of groves, through guidance on cultivation, and through the quiet support of laws that favor shared stewardship. The city, in turn, tends the gift and honors the compact. This mutuality creates a form of social architecture in which trust and care function like mortar between stones. The built and living environments reinforce one another. In slow weather, when storms test the rooted lines of the grove, the community gathers to repair and support what has been strained. Trees are not immortal. Their branches break and their trunks scar. Yet the city's response is measured and communal. Repair crews and neighbors work together to heal what can be healed. This patient restoration is another lesson the grove offers. Citizenship is also the practice of mending, of being attentive to wounds and to the slow processes that lead to recovery. Sometimes the tree's shade becomes a place of quiet counsel. Elders and citizens meet beneath branches in the hush of afternoon. Conversation moves in soft cadences. Decisions emerge from deliberation rather than from abrupt decree. The setting encourages a reflective mode, where words are measured and where listening is as important as speaking. This small habit of gathering beneath living branches reinforces a civic temperament of temperate debate and thoughtful counsel. As long spans of time pass, the tree's presence becomes embedded in the city's stories. Tales of early choices and of the steady gift are told in simple terms. They are not epic songs, but quiet recollections that are shared around tables. These stories teach newcomers the value of long attention. They recommend a life patterned by care and by shared modestities. The narratives themselves are shaped by the same slow hand that shaped the grove, a hand that prefers persistence over proclamation. The philosophy that grows from this living emblem is gentle and exacting. It proposes that wisdom often looks like patience, and that protection often looks like careful law. The city adopts an ethos of measured provision. It values planning and small acts of prevention. In this way, the choice of a slow, sustaining gift continues to shape civic thought. It becomes a quiet framework for public reasoning, a soft default toward tending and restraint. There is a continuous, calming logic to this communal life. Daily acts of maintenance and shared rituals fold together, forming a quiet civic architecture. The tree is never a mere ornament. It is an active participant in the city's economy, its rituals, and its laws. Its slow growth offers a model for public life, steady, patient, and attentive to balance. Those who live within this rhythm experience a kind of civil steadiness that settles like a low tide, returning predictably and gently to shore. Across seasons and small centuries, the tree's leaves continue to turn, carried by wind and by human hands. Each leaf is a quiet page in a long, ordinary book. The city keeps reading, and in its reading, it keeps acting, pruning, and pressing. The slow gift is a continuing conversation between people and place, a practice of mutual tending that shapes how a community thinks, speaks, and lives together in a steady, unhurried way. She moves at the edge of action with a steady mind. Her presence is not a flash of fury or a clamor of blades. Instead, it is the hush of plans, unfolding like maps, the soft alignment of stones in a wall, the measured placing of each tile in a roof that will shelter many. In the quiet between clashes, she attends to the geometry of safety, to the angles where watchful eyes will rest, and to the slow arithmetic of supply and shelter. In that calm, there is the sense of things arranged so that sudden storms will pass with less harm, and so that lives may find steadier ground. It is a thinking that favors structure and thoughtfulness, a kind of defense that precedes action and preserves what must remain. There is a certain language to thinking about defense. It speaks in boundaries and thresholds, in gates and battlements, in the intervals that separate danger from dwellings. That language is patient. It measures not only the strength of walls, but how far a messenger must travel, how clearly a signal can be seen at dawn, and where supplies will rest most safely. Plans are drawn with long breaths. They imagine seasons and quiet days, and they account for the slow erosion of time as carefully as for the sudden shock of an assault. In this way, foresight becomes the foundation of protection. She prefers strategy over fury, the slow logic of a board rather than the thunder of single blows. There is an image of games played on wooden boards, small pieces advancing and retreating, each move anticipating another. These games are soft mirrors of greater concerns. They teach the mind to foresee, to measure consequence, and to hold reserve. Strategy is not coldness, it is a thoughtful restraint. It preserves energy, directs effort, and seeks the point where strength and opportunity meet with the least waste. In the hush of planning, there is care for those who depend on order. Defense is an art of shaping space. Walls curve like a slow gesture around a sleeping grove. Towers rise like patient sentinels, and gates breathe quietly with the comings and goings of a city. Each stone is chosen, each joint considered, so that the whole holds steady. Fortifications are not only about keeping enemies out, they are about shaping life within, about channels for water, about places where markets can gather safely, about paths that lead children to school and elders to the temple. In this shaping, practical wisdom quietly governs. The mind that thinks of war as strategy thinks also in seasons. It prepares for winter as it prepares for siege. Granaries are placed not only where they can be guarded, but where they will not spoil from damp or heat. Roads are graded so that wagons move smoothly in spring thaw. Signals are set where smoke will carry in wind. These attendances are gentle labors that accumulate into readiness. They are not dramatic, but they are decisive. In the slow assembling of supplies and routes, a community learns the discipline of endurance. To plan is to know the landscape. Maps are made with careful hands, with contours that whisper of slope and drainage, with names that carry memory. Knowing a plain means knowing where to station lookouts, where floodwaters will gather, where crops will be safe. Fortresses look out over valleys that drain toward rivers, and from their parapets, one can see the measured approach of time itself. Familiarity with place allows for quiet adaptation. It invites a city to inhabit its surroundings with gentle authority rather than with brittle fear. The art of armor in this view is symbolic as much as practical. Helmets and shields speak of protection, but they also remind those who wear them to hold steady minds. Armor becomes part of an ethos that privileges preparedness. It is not only about personal valor, but about joining a communal order in which each person supports the other. The aegis, for instance, is a sign of layered defense, an emblem that suggests the sheltering presence of communal care. Symbols like these calm the spirit and remind a people of the value of measured protection over reckless violence. When the question of combat arises, the emphasis is on restraint and on the avoidance of waste. The aim is to end conflict with the least possible harm, to secure safety rather than to inflict suffering. Tactics are shaped to shield the vulnerable, to extract people from danger, to hold lines until talk can open. There is a quiet economy in such measures. Conserve strength, guard what matters, create time for reason to return. This is not a denial of conflict, but a reframing of its intent. It situates action within purpose and compassion. Fortress design carries a subtle poetry. Moats hold a stillness that reflects the sky. Ramparts trace soft silhouettes against the horizon. Gatehouses are places of measured transition, where travelers pause and are welcomed or gently turned away. In every feature, there is a lesson about pacing and threshold. A good wall teaches patience, a well-planned tower teaches vigilance, and a carefully placed ramp teaches relief. In this structural poetry, practical needs and a quiet beauty coexist. calming the senses and steadying the soul. Counsel in war is a practice of listening. It gathers reports from scouts, notes from elders, and the quiet testimonies of those who till the land. Decisions are weighed with a sense of humility, for the future is never fully known. The wise counselor balances information with empathy, recognizing that choices reverberate through families and markets and seasons. Plans bend slightly with new knowledge. This flexibility is a form of strength that keeps the whole together even when edges fray. There is an art to signals. A single torch lit on a hill can communicate a chain of meanings. Horns carry at dawn through the dew, and drums mark rhythms that are understood by those who have learned the patterns. These methods of quiet communication are part of a broader discipline of organization. They allow a dispersed community to coordinate without panic. They invite calm understanding when time is pressed. Such systems are the gentle pulse of a city prepared to face difficulty with grace. Logistics are the unsung meditation of strategy, the movement of food, the mending of garments, the sharpening of tools. These are slow practices that sustain life. When they are tended, people sleep with less fear. Planning the flow of goods and care means fewer surprises and less weariness in urgent hours. The discipline of logistics is an ethic of care. It teaches steady hands and patient counting. In that steadiness, communities find a soft confidence that exceeds the sharp excitement of battle. Defense is also an ethical idea. It asks how power is used and toward what ends. It raises gentle questions. Whom does protection serve? Are walls raised to shelter many, or to keep some privileged few safe, while others wander at risk? Thoughtful defense tends toward inclusion. It imagines gates that welcome the needy by day and secure the weak by night. In these considerations, strategy and justice meet. The practice of planning becomes a moral matter, a reflection on how a people wish to live together when storms come. Training for defense is not only drills and marches, it is also teaching restraint, attention, and the calm execution of tasks. Rehearsing signals, maintaining stores, and practicing the careful navigation of narrow streets are exercises in collective reliability. Such training reduces fear by converting uncertain moments into familiar rhythms. When each person knows what to do, the whole moves more softly under pressure. The discipline gained in routine offers comfort in the night. Architecture itself can embody defensive wisdom. Streets are planned to slow movement so that those who would do harm find it harder to rush. Public spaces are laid out so that crowds can gather safely and disperse easily. Watchtowers are located where they will not only see far, but where their presence will reassure. This gentle sculpting of the public realm is a kind of applied wisdom. It shapes behavior without compulsion and invites a shared sense of security. There is a patient dignity in the work of engineers and planners. Their activity is steady and unglorious. They measure the angles of a gate, test the strength of mortar, and walk walls to note the smallest crack. Their work is a chorus of small attentions that together produce long endurance. In the anonymity of their labor, they perform a kind of guardianship. The city's safety rests on their calm curiosity and their careful craft. Strategy also recognizes the value of retreat. To withdraw with order is not failure. It is the preservation of life and capacity for renewal. Retreat can be a deliberate strategy to conserve strength for a future that may yet be more favorable. It is a tender calculation that values continuity over a momentary display of courage. In teaching this, communities learn humility and patience. They also learn that the saving of lives is often the truest aim of strategic thought. The image of a shield is more than metal and leather. It stands as a metaphor for a communal responsibility. When people take up protection, they do so for each other. The shield imagines a circle where many are covered, where bodies and plans intersect to form a safer space. This image calms. It reminds listeners that safety is a shared project, that careful attention is a soft duty practiced by many ordinary hands. There is also a thoughtful approach to leadership within this view of conflict. Leaders are chosen for steadiness rather than for loudness. They are expected to listen, to take counsel, to consider the long arc of days rather than the flicker of immediate applause. Their decisions are held gently and revised as necessary. This temperament fosters trust. When leaders display calm, communities mirror that composure. Together, they move through difficulty with measured steps. In the field, tactics emphasize containment and protection of the non-combatant. Fortified encampments are designed with shelters for families, with storage for water, and with paths for safe bringing of the wounded. Medical care is considered part of the plan. This integration of care into strategy softens the harshness of conflict. It makes space for compassion amid necessity. It reminds those involved that the highest aim is to preserve life and dignity. The practice of intelligence gathering in this ethos is careful and discreet. Scouts observe quietly. Reports are made with respect for accuracy rather than with an eagerness for drama. Information is cross-checked gently, and decisions follow only after patient consideration. This temper avoids rash actions and values the slow accrual of reliable knowledge. In this way, the community avoids needless losses and keeps a steady course even in uncertainty. Fortifications can also be places of culture. Within walls, people sing, teach, trade, and tell stories. The sheltered life of a city need not be dull. Gardens bloom behind parapets. Workshops hum. Children learn and elders tell tales of careful deeds. This integration of daily life and defense is crucial. It reminds us that safety supports living, not merely the avoidance of death. A well-defended place is also a place where ordinary beauty endures. The wisdom that attends warfare in this view is fundamentally practical and humane. It refuses to celebrate violence for its own sake. Instead, it seeks to minimize harm, to preserve possibility, and to structure life so that fears are fewer. It values slow preparation, the measured placement of structures and resources, and the quiet discipline of those who sustain the community. In that steady work, there is a softness that is difficult to name, but easy to feel. The comfort of order, the relief of contingency foreseen. There is a gentle poetry in the planning of defenses, the rhythm of work, measuring, aligning, filling, repairing, becomes like a slow song that steadies hands and minds. In this rhythm, warriors and builders alike find a refuge from panic. They learn to breathe with purpose. The repetition of tasks forms a calming cadence that carries a people through anxious nights. In that cadence, the mind finds rest even when it remains watchful. The discipline of law and order fits naturally with the practice of defense. Rules about where to build, how to store food, and when to muster are born of practical need. They are not harsh decrees, but gentle agreements that bind a community in mutual care. Laws shape expectations and reduce uncertainty. When citizens know the rhythms and requirements of preparedness, they sleep with fewer worries. In this way, governance and planning become part of the same gentle stewardship. There is also a lesson about the limits of force. Strength that does not heed the lives it touches can destroy the very fabric it seeks to protect. Wise strategy recognizes restraint as a form of power. It chooses to act only when necessary and seeks solutions that restore balance rather than escalate harm. This temperate approach fosters resilience. It lets communities outlast the storms that would otherwise unmake them. The practices of training, building, and planning cultivate a shared narrative of care. Stories of successful defenses are told not to boast, but to pass on methods and to teach calm. Tales of careful retreats, of stores that held through a long winter, of clever signals that saved a village, become part of a people's quiet inheritance. They are told in soft voices by the hearth and are absorbed like lullabies that teach practical wisdom to the next generation. In all of this, there is a central image: the city as a living arrangement of care. Walls, towers, doors, and stores all participate in a choreography meant to keep life steady. Strategy and defense are thus not abstract sciences, but ongoing acts of kindness enacted through craft and thought. They are the slow, daily work that allows people to rest with a measure of ease. In that rest, tranquility grows, and the mind can soften. The approach to conflict that values planning and defense over valorous aggression offers a steady place for hope. It reassures by reducing chaos and by creating patterns that can be learned and passed on. Each small task, tightening a hinge, reinforcing a gate, teaching a child a signal, adds to a cumulative calm. These tasks are the unglamorous threads that weave a broader cloth of security. They make possible the gentle continuity of life through uncertain seasons. The mind returns again and again to the idea that careful preparation is an act of love. The tending of stores, the mending of bridges, the placing of guards at dusk. These are labors that protect families and neighbors. They are performed quietly and without fanfare, but their effects are profound. In honoring these labors, a community honors its own future. The soft steadiness of such work offers comfort in the night and a sure path toward mornings that unfold with less fear. When conflict must be faced, it is met with systems designed to minimize suffering and restore order. Plans include safe passages, negotiated pauses, and humane rules of engagement. Even in crisis, the guiding thought is to preserve dignity and life. This gentleness in procedure is a sign of deep strength, for it requires self-restraint and long vision. In that restraint, there is an enduring calm that reassures those who must endure. Long after particular confrontations pass, the forms of defense persist as lessons. Walls remain as reminders of careful labor. Signals become rituals that ease daily life, and stored knowledge of tactics becomes part of civic education. These enduring practices form a reservoir of calm competence. They remind a people that vigilance need not be fearful, and that preparation can be an expression of continuing care. The slow, meditative work of guardianship is both humble and profound. It asks for steady hands and patient minds, for listening before acting, and for the shaping of space so that life can continue with dignity. In this steady work, a community learns to face storms not with blind fury, but with thoughtful measures that protect and renew. The practice of such defense is a soft, persistent light that keeps the night at bay and allows sleep to come with a deeper ease. There is a quiet rhythm to the way great decisions are made, like rain settling gently on a wide plain, and in that gentle rhythm, the great houses of power find their steady steps. A king does not stand alone, and the crown often rests upon councils that breathe softly beside him. These hands offer counsel, translate distant voices, fold maps into calm shapes, and help a ruler to see the slow arc of seasons and the hidden tracks that cross a vast realm. In that patient company, plans become shaped like rivers, turning with grace around stones and keeping a steady course toward the sea. Counsel comes in many forms, and some of it is practical and measured, like the careful moving of grain from valley to storehouse. There are those who count, who remember accounts with the serenity of a scribe tracing ink across a reed. They arrange stores, tend roads, and shape the flow of goods so that people in towns and distant villages find what they need without harsh surprise. Their work is not loud. It is the soft, continuous sound of a well-tended hearth, a reassurance that things will be there in due time. There are advisors who turn the abstract into the concrete, those who look at lines drawn on maps and see possible paths for travel and trade. Their voices are even, their advice measured. They speak of bridges and ferries, of fords and ferries, of ways that messengers might cross valleys with letters that carry a ruler's will. Their ideas are like threads woven into a cloth that can be worn and carried, keeping the body of a state warm and whole through the subtle cold of change. Other counselors offer word and tone. They understand the way robes and gifts and solemn addresses can ease a stubborn heart or open a doorway between cities. They teach the language of balance, how to offer respect without losing measure, how to build trust like low, stable walls that shelter conversation. Their counsel moves quietly, like a slow wind that shifts a curtain and changes the light in a room, bringing faces into soft relief and allowing agreements to form without clamor. In the fields of planning and construction, there are minds that look at stone and imagine order. They see the arc of a palace, the gentle rise of terraces, the careful placing of columns, so that shadow and light will fall in agreeable proportion. Their projects are patient, built with the long view that seasons demand. They manage the labor of many hands, the simple rhythm of lifting, setting, and smoothing. And in that steady motion, they make places that shelter work and ceremony, and the small human comforts that knit community together. Military planners, too, move with a calm determinedness. They do not seek glory for its own sake, but consider positions, supply, and the slow arithmetic of movement. They calculate how an army might live while it travels, where water can be found, how paths might be widened without harm to the land. They teach commanders the evening art of choosing when to advance and when to hold, always mindful that the land and its people must endure beyond any single season of battle. Their counsel is not loud. It is the low, constant hum of careful preparation. There are also those who hold the threads of law and justice, and they tend the rules that allow many different peoples to live together with a degree of calm. Their decisions are slow, shaped by precedent and reason, and they work to make law feel like a steady hand rather than a sudden strike. They listen to local voices and attempt to translate local custom into the broader order of the state, allowing many traditions to breathe beneath one wide roof. Their skill is to weave tolerance with clarity, to let different patterns exist without tearing the cloth. The network of governance itself becomes a kind of council, embodied in satraps and governors who tend distant provinces, much like careful gardeners. Each tends a patch of land, watching for soil and weather, overseeing harvests, and keeping watch over roads and towns. They report quietly, by messenger, their words folded and sealed, each letter a small weight placed upon the scales of decision in the central court. Their presence is calming, providing touch points that make a vast territory feel contiguous and cared for. Travel and communication are the soft instruments of unity. Messengers move like slow rivers, carrying small lamps of news through the night, and the roads themselves are steady companions. Where a road is strong, towns grow calm around it. Markets settle into gentle rhythms, and travelers learn the reliable pattern of inns and taxation and provision. The royal road, in particular, is the image of that patient continuity, a line drawn across a wide landscape to join people, goods, and words in a gentle, ongoing exchange. Artisans and builders are trusted counselors too, because they make the visible things that define a realm. They shape bricks and metal into useful forms, create reliefs that record names and seasons, and craft vessels that carry grain and oil. Their hands guide the material world into patterns that are useful and pleasing, and their work brings comfort in daily life. It is in the careful making of objects that the thoughtfulness of governance shows itself in tangible ways, returning again and again to the slow satisfaction of useful, well-made things. Religious leaders and ritualists add another measured note to this chorus. They tend to ceremonies that mark cycles of life and the slow passage of time, offering practices that bind communities in shared recognition. Their rituals are like soft chimes, regular and expected, and they give people a sense of continuity even when weather or harvests are uneasy. In offering blessings and observances, these bearers of tradition remind people of a larger pattern, a shape of meaning that eases the small anxieties of daily life. The palace itself is a place of many soft voices. Within its walls, the king listens and converses with those who bring news and those who bring counsel, and such conversations unfold like a steady reading, not like sharp debate. Courtiers learn the slow art of influence, knowing that a word placed gently at the right time alters paths more surely than a cry. In those rooms clothed with tapestries and light, decisions are made in the measured rhythm of thought, guided by those who remember the past and imagine the future in quiet strokes. When a general seeks to act beyond his province, he brings with him the slow preparations that turn ambition into manageable action. He assesses feed for horses, the strains of marching on a particular road, the availability of transport for heavy stores. He considers the temperament of local peoples and whether a firm hand or a patient hand will work better in a particular place. He travels not only with soldiers, but with bakers, craftsmen, and scribes, knowing that an army is as much a mobile village as it is a force on the field. In diplomacy, the subtle arts of gift and ceremony are gentle tools for calming friction. Gifts are chosen with care. Fine textiles, measured spices, crafted metal, things that speak of respect without ostentation. Envoys tread slowly, offering words in a practiced tone that quiets suspicion and encourages conversation. These exchanges are like well-tended gardens, where each plant is placed to support the others and where careful pruning keeps a peaceful shape over many seasons. It is also the case that language itself is a form of counsel. Translators and bilingual scribes act as calming mediators between cultures, choosing words that soften potential sharpness and allow two sides to find common ground. Their presence is reassuring, and their skill is to render intentions faithfully while preserving dignity. In a world of many tongues, these steady voices keep meaning intact and prevent misunderstandings from growing into larger troubles. The stewardship of resources is another gentle art. Those who oversee mines and quarries, who manage flocks and orchards, do so with a long view. They measure output against the needs of seasons, store surplus in ways that do not spoil, and distribute with thought to fairness and need. Their work avoids sudden deprivation and instead creates a measured abundance that helps a population remain calm and secure through uncertain years. Markets and merchants are integrated into this slow balance, moving goods with predictable rhythms. Caravan masters learn routes like familiar melodies and time their travels to seasons and festivals. Their movements knit distant regions together, and in doing so, they carry ideas and goods that subtly influence taste and technique. The soft exchange of pottery designs or weaving patterns is as much a kind of counsel as any formal edict, shaping shared aesthetic and practical life across wide distances. There is a quiet genius in the training of scribes and the keeping of records. These men and women keep lists, measure taxes, and note treaties in a tidy hand. Their work is the memory of the state, and because it is steady and reliable, rulers can make calm, informed choices. The careful filing of receipts and the slow rechecking of accounts prevent rash decisions and help to maintain a consistent course through the small, accumulating changes that form a nation's life. Architecture and gardens provide a tangible, calming message about order and possibility. Terraced gardens, water channels, and balanced colonnades express an intent to create beauty that is practical as well. Such spaces invite people to walk slowly, to sit by fountains, to imagine the horizon beyond the garden walls. They embody the idea that life can be both useful and serene, and they lend a soft dignity to public spaces where commerce and conversation occur at a measured pace. Education, too, is a patient counselor. Tutors and learned men pass down techniques of administration, arithmetic, and rhetoric. They teach how to compose letters, how to weigh arguments, and how to lead with steady voice. In this passing of knowledge, a continuity is formed. Young men and women learn to think in the measured terms that keep governance stable, and they inherit the calm practices that allow a complex realm to function without constant upheaval. In the making of laws and policies, the slow consultation of many opinions tends to produce outcomes that are tempered and durable. Debates are often restrained, and decisions seek not to erase local customs, but to harmonize them with the larger legal fabric. This approach reduces shock and creates more gentle transitions when change is necessary. the law becomes not a hammer, but a careful instrument, applied with restraint and patience. Even the arts serve as a kind of counsel, offering quiet instruction through imagery and story. Carved reliefs and painted scenes depict orderly life, harvests, and scenes of daily trade, reminding viewers of the calm rhythms of work and family. These images teach by example, showing the harmony of diverse peoples moving together with mutual respect, and they subtly encourage the behaviors that sustain that harmony over time. When rulers consider expansion, they do so with many small voices, advising caution and pragmatism. Explorers report on terrain and water, merchants give counsel on the value of new markets, and clerks estimate the cost of integration. Often, the decision to incorporate a region is made as much on the belief that it can be governed with quiet confidence as on any promise of riches. The slow addition of territories that can be woven into existing patterns tends to produce more lasting calm than the sudden incorporation of distant, unruly lands. Religion and cult play a balancing role as well, and there is often a deliberate tolerance practiced to keep the peace of many tribes and cities. Rituals are allowed to continue, local gods are honored in their own ways, and the central authority offers protection rather than suppression. This gentle policy helps strengthen loyalty through respect and reduces resistance, as people feel their traditions acknowledged rather than erased. Trade routes carry more than goods. They bring ideas that alter the gentle currents of thought. Craftsmen learn new techniques. Cooks taste unfamiliar spices, and storytellers pick up tales that slowly change the texture of common narrative. These exchanges happen without haste, like seeds blowing across a field and taking root where conditions are favorable. Over time, the landscape of culture shifts as smoothly as a tide, guided by the steady movement of commerce. The supply of grain and food is a daily matter of calm attention. Officials watch silos and redistribute stores when drought comes near. They plan storehouses near transport routes and allot distribution so that famines are minimized. This constant small monitoring maintains a sense of security among people, who can sleep with less fear when they know the stores are tended and the hands that manage them act with deliberation. Recruiting and training of soldiers follows a similar thoughtful approach. Troops are organized with attention to logistics and the comfort of movement. Horses are tended with care, and provisions are planned to avoid unnecessary strain. Camp life is structured so that soldiers are not merely instruments of force, but parts of a community with cooks, medics, and craftsmen, ensuring that the military life remains humane and sustainable over time. In dealing with neighboring states, envoys and negotiators embrace a demeanor of steady tone. They prefer to measure words and to find points of mutual advantage. Their aim is to reduce surprises, to craft agreements that can be renewed gently over seasons, and to bind parties together with shared interests such as trade or shared defense. In this patient diplomacy lies the hope that conflicts will be less frequent and less destructive. Historians and chroniclers, too, have a role as calming agents. They record events with care, noting details that will be useful to future rulers and citizens. Their narratives are often composed in a measured voice that values continuity and perspective. By keeping an archive of experience, they provide material for wise counsel, allowing future decisions to be informed by the patterns of the past without being driven by sudden passions. The cultivation of loyalty is another slow labor. It is fostered through fair dealings, predictable administration, and the honoring of local leaders. When people feel that their town and their leaders are part of a larger family bound by mutual respect, they are more likely to accept guidance from afar. Loyalty grows not through force alone, but through steady attention to fairness and the occasional small kindness. Even the systems of taxation are designed with a soft hand. They aim to be predictable, equitably administered, and proportionate to the yield of the land. When taxes are imposed with predictability, farmers and merchants can plan their seasons and their investments. This reduces anxiety and fosters an environment in which both small crafts and larger trades can flourish within a known framework. When trouble arises, the preferred response often begins with small measures. A dispute may first be addressed by a local council, by an exchange of gifts and words, by a negotiated payment or apology. Only if these gentle means fail do larger interventions follow. This tiered approach preserves local autonomy and allows conflict to be resolved in the least disruptive way possible. The building of monuments and palaces is another form of lasting counsel. These structures express permanence and order. They stand as reminders that human effort can create enduring beauty and utility. Constructed with patience, they anchor the mind against the transience of daily worries and offer a quiet sense of belonging for those who live nearby and those who travel past. Learning from merchants and travelers ensures that counsel remains open to new information. The voices of those who cross borders bring practical intelligence about markets and habits. When rulers listen with gentleness to these travelers, they are better able to adapt policies in ways that keep commerce flowing and people calm in their daily lives. This openness is a kind of humility that bolsters pragmatic governance. In the quiet language of monuments and treaties, the state communicates its intentions in a slow, steady tone. Inscriptions carved into stone are not hurried decisions. They are thought through and meant to endure. Their presence reassures people that promises are recorded and that the hands that shape policy intend to keep to a measured path. The physical permanence of such records supports the mental assurance of continuity. As cities grow, municipal administrators become the soft pulse that keeps them functioning. They oversee waterworks, markets, and waste, and they do so with the patient attention of people who know that small comforts breed social stability. Their work is rarely noticed in times of ease, but it becomes the quiet promise, remembered in harder seasons, when steady systems make a difference. Even the practice of mercy is a subtle instrument of counsel. When rulers pardon a small offense, or allow some leniency in a time of scarcity, they send a quiet message of reasoned governance. Mercy is a measured force used to maintain loyalty and to keep resentment from hardening into unrest. It is a gentle rebalancing of authority that speaks softly yet effectively to the population. Administration is an art of steady repetition. Daily routines, repeated with care and discipline, build an environment where people can predict their lives with confidence. This rhythm of opening the gate at dawn, of tolls collected at noon, of market stalls arranged by evening, creates a world in which small certainties develop into broader trust. That trust becomes the most reliable counsel any ruler can have, guiding decisions with the quiet force of lived habit. Language of law and custom molds public behavior with a gentle firmness. When people grow accustomed to consistent rules, they learn the boundaries of acceptable action and feel safer in their daily choices. This predictability reduces fear and allows for quieter civic life. The aim is not to crush individuality, but to harmonize it with the needs of the whole. And in that balance, there is solace and steadiness. The practice of commemorating seasons and victories in well-paced festivals adds another layer of calm. These observances give people a shared calendar and a rhythm that punctuates the year without frantic exuberance. They are moments in which the community breathes together, acknowledging the passage of time and the bonds that hold them. This shared rhythm is itself gentle counsel, reminding citizens of their place within a larger cycle. Regional leaders who act with prudence receive trust in return. They are given leeway to manage local matters in ways that respect custom. This trust is a soft power, enabling rulers to maintain stability without constant intervention. By delegating appropriately, central authority creates a mosaic of local orders that together produce a coherent whole, each piece contributing to a calm and resilient pattern of governance. Even the training of future administrators is conducted with a long patience. Apprentices learn not only the tasks, but the temper with which to perform them. They are taught to weigh words, to measure gifts, to calculate stores, and to plan without haste. This steady passing of temperament is as vital as any technical skill. It reproduces a tradition of measured care that sustains institutions across seasons. There is an enduring beauty to the idea that governance can be like a well-tended garden, and that the many hands involved act as steady gardeners. Each plays a small, necessary part, pruning here, watering there, moving a stone to redirect a gentle stream. In that image lies a calm confidence that when many hands tend with care, the larger landscape will grow in ordered abundance, and the people will sleep with a sense of quiet assurance. The city gates and fortress walls, placed with thought, protect and reassure without seeking to dominate. They are lines of defense designed to preserve community and to give people the room to live. Their presence is a calm promise of protection, a boundary that allows life inside to continue in measured comfort. They are not monuments to fear, but practical forms of care, shaped by steady judgment. Throughout all these practices, the presence of measured counsel is the thread that binds them together. It is not a single voice, but many, each adding its quiet note to a larger chorus. Together, they form a fabric of governance that moves with the slow, reliable pace of nature, allowing people to find reassurance in the rhythms of law, trade, ritual, and daily toil, and so to live with a calm expectation of tomorrow. She worked with quiet assurance, her fingers moving with steady rhythm across the threads. The loom responded to patient repetition, a soft chorus of motion. Each pass of the shuttle left a small, ordered trace, a line that joined others into a growing weave. Patterns emerged slowly, like thoughts settling into shape. The scene she wove held stories and images, not as loud proclamations, but as careful arrangements, where every knot and crossing meant something. In the ease of repetition, there was control, a gentle mastery of form that asked only for time and attention. The tapestry itself spoke of the life and of the world in careful embroidery. It carried scenes of harvest and sea, of households and distant hills, figures bent in labors that were known and slow, their gestures familiar as a practiced song, colors folded into each other without haste. The images were not merely decoration, they were a way of keeping memory in the quiet matter of cloth. As the cloth lengthened, so did the sense that skill was a way of ordering the day, a soft discipline that shaped both hand and thought. Those who watched saw more than patterns. They recognized the presence of patience and the quiet logic of craft. A practiced weaver shapes not just thread, but attention, chooses how one line will follow another, understands the balance of tension and of give. In that balanced space, technique becomes a kind of speech, a calm language of arrangement. The act of weaving is an exercise in foresight, in anticipating how a small choice now will echo later across the fabric. There is a gentle dignity in such care, a knowing that steady acts produce lasting forms. When skill is shown openly, it invites a kind of quiet judgment. A public tapestry can be read, its motifs discussed, its choices seen and compared. In that sharing, there can be approval or a measured critique that helps refine method. Yet sometimes the sight of excellence stirs more complicated feelings. A work so complete can reflect light in unexpected ways, revealing the limits of what others have thought possible. The mind notes both craft and consequence, and in such noticing, a subtle tension may arise between admiration and a wish to claim some of that calm mastery for oneself. In a tale that moves slowly, two visions of skill come into contact. One view celebrates patient practice, habitual attention, and the refinement of an inner discipline. The other notices the bright edge of novelty, the flash of audacity in technique that bends rule into something unfamiliar. Their meeting is not loud. It is a soft convergence of approaches, method meeting inspiration, regulation touching on daring. There is no need for loud dispute when hands can show their purposes. Instead, the contest is a quiet exchange, a way of laying technique beside idea, of watching how each responds to the other. The response to such rivalries often rests on questions of proper place and form. Craft has its spaces where it is honored and its times when it is meant to be modest. Community life tends to set gentle boundaries around who displays skill and how. These norms are not rigid walls, but soft markers, guiding attention toward practices that preserve mutual respect. When someone moves outside those marks, the reaction may be measured, a redirection rather than a shout. The social rules surrounding craft aim to balance recognition with restraint, to hold skill within a pattern that serves the many. When a maker turns exceptional ability into a show, the response can vary. There is room for praise and for guidance. Craft is, after all, a discipline learned in quiet repetition and in honoring the lineage of methods that came before. To claim complete mastery as one's own alone may unsettle that lineage. Yet there is also an older understanding that imitation and representation are part of learning. A skillful copy can teach, and a new arrangement can offer fresh insight. The subtle tension lies in distinguishing homage from presumption, in seeing when skill is offered to the craft community as continuation rather than as sole proprietorship. Stories that move with steady calm often fold these tensions into gentle narrative turns. A woven scene, admired for its technical fluency, may also show an unguarded audacity in content. Imagery that satirizes or criticizes the world can unsettle those who prize communal harmony. The maker who depicts the faults of others, or who rearranges old themes into biting patterns, reveals a mind that uses craft as commentary. Such acts ask softly whether craft is a neutral field or a stage for human judgment. The answer is not abrupt. It is a gradual negotiation about representation and restraint. Transformation becomes a recurrent image in these reflections. A change that seems small at first may widen slowly, altering place and role over time. Threads that once formed a household cloth may take shape into something that produces new behaviors and social expectations. The mythic transformations touch on this idea in a quiet way, suggesting that craft and choice intertwine, and that the material consequences of making can reshape identity. The figure who once worked at a loom may find a new existence imagined for her, a life altered into a form that keeps the act of making ever present. When threads turn into something living, the boundary between craft and creature blurs. The spider, moving in measured circles, carries an echo of the loom in its gait. Its patient construction of nets resembles, in small scale, the deliberate crossings of warp and weft. In that likeness, there is a soft continuity rather than rupture. The change is not a punishment carved in thunder, but a transformation that preserves the essence of skill. The quiet lesson suggests that the act of crafting is a kind of life, repeated gestures woven into being. In another kind of narrative hush, there is a maiden who once kept to orderly routines, devoted to a ritual life and careful in her duties. She lived with an attentive sense of rule and form, moving through tasks with a composed rhythm. Yet the world beyond such domestic patterns can intrude in soft ways, a gaze that notices beauty, a moment of vanity, an encounter that shifts the measured path. The tale does not explode in drama. It slides into change, where public perception and private worth begin to rearrange the quiet interior life. The motif of transformation also appears in the face that turns to stone. This metamorphosis reads as a shelter and a sign. To gaze upon that image is to be held briefly in frozen stillness, the body made safe against harm by an unyielding calm. The presence of such a visage on a shield or ornament acts as a quiet guardian, a symbol that turns away mischief with cool resolve. It is not a loud deterrent, but a steady emblem, an object that asks the mind to slow and to accept a protective order. The placement of a stern face on armor or pottery follows a soft logic of representation. A single image can carry layered meanings: fear turned aside, memory kept, caution presented. When this visage appears in the center of a cloak or on the edge of a door, it functions like a practiced knot that secures a loose end. It reminds the viewer of limits and of the presence of a regulating mind. The image is a visual rule, calmly articulated, a reminder that sight itself can be a law. Artists over time have made of these images a slow conversation. On pottery and on painted panels, they arrange the head, the eyes, the curling locks in deliberate symmetry. The stylized face becomes a calm punctuation, a marker placed to steady the composition. There is a restraint in the way the hair is rendered, in the measured spacing of facial elements. It is not about showing raw power, but about presenting a carefully balanced sign, one that invites the observer to notice order rather than to be alarmed. Representation, in the deepest sense, is about the rule of translation. A weaver decides how a picture can live in thread. A painter chooses what portions of a figure to emphasize. A sculptor selects the posture that will best convey a quality. All of these choices reflect a shared discipline. The mind must reduce complexity into a form that can be handled. Such reduction is not erasure. It is a calming method of selection, an act of empathy that respects the limits of material and of human perception. The decision of what to show and of what to soften is itself a gentle kind of law. There is a social logic in deciding what images belong in public view. Cities eventually came to choose certain motifs as civic signs, repeated on coins and banners, with the patient regularity of a metronome. These symbols act like steady breathing, giving rhythm to collective identity. When a face becomes a token of the polis, it acquires a function outside the individual. It reassures. It signals continuity. It reminds citizens of shared rules. Such symbols are not ornate boasts. They are soft anchors that bind a community into a mild coherence. Skill also carries a didactic purpose in these stories. Craft teaches patience, and patience teaches measure. Young makers learn not just technique, but a way of living that values restraint and respect. The loom instructs a calm attention to sequence. The hammer, a careful force. The chisel, a controlled subtraction. Through repeated practice, a person internalizes a manner of thinking that transfers beyond the workshop into civic behavior. Craft thus becomes a school of temperament, where the artisan learns to reason in small, manageable parts. In considering imitation, the myths offer a slow and balanced perspective. Copying can be humble replication, a way to preserve form and technique. It can also be the first step toward innovation, a respectful echo that precedes novelty. When a maker studies an older piece, the act is not mere mimicry, but a rehearsal that prepares the hand for new arrangements. The stories caution gently against claiming complete originality when one has built upon existing foundations, yet they also allow space for the subtle reworking that produces evolving beauty. Contests over skill in the public eye are framed with soft, ceremonial order. They unfold in measured stages, with witnesses and with agreed rules. The formality of the setting helps to keep rivalry within acceptable bounds. The making itself becomes an act of demonstration, an offering to the community rather than a solitary boast. The quiet presence of viewers transforms the act of craft into civic exchange, and the maker's work participates in a larger conversation about values and taste. A woven scene that critiques a community may be seen as an internal mirror. It uncloaks private behavior and hangs it before the public. Such exposure is not necessarily condemnatory. It is an invitation to self-reflection. The tapestry functions like a slow mirror, revealing faults without a sudden glare. The community, in turn, is asked to respond with measured correction or understanding. The interaction between maker and audience thus forms a soft regulatory loop, where image and response maintain social balance. The threads of narrative often pair technique with moral reflection. A pattern repeated across a wall does more than decorate. It teaches a habit of attention that shapes the way people think. When images portray law courts, assemblies, or domestic scenes, they reinforce a steady idea of order. Craft thereby contributes to the slow formation of civic norms. Objects are thus not neutral goods. They are carriers of a calm pedagogy, embedding rules into daily life through recurring visual language. In examining the role of divine figures in these tales, one sees a particular emphasis on counsel and measured action. The divine presence is not a reckless force, but a guiding mind that values form and reason. Intervention tends to be calculated, an act designed to maintain balance rather than to inflame. This restrained watchfulness frames the myths in a light that honors skill while insisting on social responsibility. The proper exercise of talent must be balanced by an awareness of communal boundaries. This balance extends into the language of craft guilds and associations that appear in gentle historical echoes. Groups of makers came together to preserve method and to set standards for quality. These associations taught young hands the same tempered approach that the myths reflect. They emphasized apprenticeship, slow learning, and respect for tradition. Within these communities, the idea of craft as a public good was nurtured, and the social rules around making were transmitted as part of a shared moral code. There is a subtle humility encoded in the habit of apprenticeship. The beginner learns to follow, to copy, to accept correction. These stages are not a diminishing of the self, but an intentional molding of attention. The quiet acceptance of instruction prepares the mind for later judgment, allowing a maker to see when rhythm should be broken and when it must be held. Within this arc, mastery reveals itself not as solitary brilliance, but as the product of patient listening to those who came before. Stories that involve transformation also teach about the limits of representation. To make a likeness that exceeds the truth can be to deceive, while to understate may be to hide. The tension between accuracy and artifice is a gentle reminder that image making carries ethical weight. The choice of what to emphasize becomes a moral choice, which parts of the world to reveal and which to smooth away. The mythic tales encourage a thoughtful approach to such decisions, urging makers to balance fidelity with discretion. The idea of the gaze operates softly across these narratives. To look is to participate in a relation, and certain gazes are meant to be restrained. A deliberate image, placed in a public setting, must be considered for the way it will meet the eye. The myths imply that vision is not a neutral act. It shapes behavior. When images are arranged carefully, they can guide sight toward the orderly rather than the turbulent. The artistry lies in composing scenes that steady attention and avoid stirring unnecessary unrest. Weaving and other crafts often function as metaphors for governance. The gentle crossing of threads suggests the interlacing of policies, the careful balancing of interests. A project that proceeds with patient coordination resembles a well-run assembly where each participant contributes without overpowering the whole. The narrative draws this comparison not with thunder, but with calm logic, inviting reflection on how social order is constructed piece by piece through habit and mutual respect. The interplay between public display and private workmanship forms a soft dialectic. Some works are created for intimate spaces, meant to comfort and to steady a household rhythm. Others are produced to stand in plazas, to be read by many, and to perform civic duties. The maker must navigate these different demands, adjusting scale and emphasis with gentle skill. This adjustment reflects a broader civic sensitivity, where makers tailor their output to the needs of community and to the expectations of public life. Iconography becomes a steady repertory in this process. Repeated motifs become familiar rehearsals that anchor memory. When a symbol is used across pottery, textiles, and masonry, it weaves a common thread through disparate parts of daily life. This repetition is not monotonous, it is comforting. The mind recognizes the pattern and relaxes, finding assurance in consistent signs. The myths encourage such repetition, valuing it as a means of stabilizing shared values. In the quiet of craft, there is a continual negotiation between preservation and innovation. Traditions provide a framework that limits chaos, while invention keeps the frame alive. Makers learn to honor the past while allowing room for new arrangements that respond to changing needs. This measured openness avoids sudden rupture and encourages a steady evolution of form. The stories reflect this stance, suggesting that wisdom lies in knowing when to preserve and when to adapt. These tales also tend to highlight the social rewards of humility. A practiced maker who carries skill with modesty is more likely to be embraced by the community. Conversely, those who claim exclusive ownership of a technique risk isolation. The myths do not spectacle shame, but rather suggest a gentle correction, an invitation to rejoin the collective practice. Humility thus becomes a practical virtue, sustaining social networks and the transmission of knowledge. There is a calm pedagogy around representation that emerges from this orientation. Teachers instruct students to see not only the surface, but the underlying structure. They guide attention toward the warp that supports the visible pattern, toward the foundational choices that make a design possible. In learning to attend to such basics, the apprentice is taught a mode of thought that extends beyond craft, an approach that values structure and slow deliberation in any undertaking. The presence of guardians in visual motifs serves a quiet regulatory function. To encounter a protective image at a threshold is to be reminded of communal expectations. These symbols mark boundaries not as forbidding gates, but as gentle limits that frame conduct. The myths echo this idea. Symbols can establish a calm sense of propriety, encouraging behavior that supports the collective good. The image thus becomes a soft instrument of social cohesion. Civic rituals grew around these motifs and their makers, forming a habitual calendar of display and exchange. Textiles were carried in processions, pottery exchanged as offerings, sculpted images paraded as gentle statements of continuity. These acts reinforce the mild hierarchies of taste and responsibility, linking craft to the rhythm of public life. The ritual contexts ensured that making was not only an individual endeavor, but a shared practice woven into the civic fabric. Artistic debates, when they arose, were generally addressed with careful mediation. Elders, guild leaders, or civic officials would offer measured counsel, guiding disputes toward resolutions that preserved both fairness and tradition. Such interventions were not abrupt punishments, but considered adjustments aimed at maintaining balance. The stories suggest a preference for dialogue over spectacle, for minor correction over sweeping condemnation. When a head appears on a shield or the center of a wall, it is less a sign of triumph than a marker of vigilance. The image acts as a steadying presence, a reminder of watchfulness that is calm rather than accusatory. It reassures those within its gaze and prompts careful conduct from those outside it. This function reflects a civic ethos where security is framed as part of orderly living, not as a pretext for fear. Through all these soft movements, craft remains a quiet teacher. The steady repetition of technique trains the mind to accept sequence, to act in accord with established steps. In this discipline, there is an inculcation of delayed gratification, a readiness to invest in long processes rather than instant display. The myths carry this lesson gently, pointing to the value of slow accumulation and the patient formation of skill. Even the idea of divine intervention in these stories is portrayed with restraint. When a guiding presence alters fate or provides a token, the act is often a measured assistance that nudges rather than overwhelms. The intervention tends to respect human agency, supplementing rather than replacing effort. In this way, the tales underscore the partnership between mortal practice and higher counsel, a collaboration that favors method and moderation. The symbolism of the loom and the shield coexists in many of these narratives as complementary practices. One arranges order internally, the other projects protection outwardly. Together, they suggest a society that values both the quiet work of interior formation and the calm maintenance of communal boundaries. The interplay between creation and safeguarding forms a consistent theme, taught softly through image and ritual rather than by forceful decree. To speak for a while about imitation and originality is to notice how both feed each other. A faithful copy preserves the memory of form. A subtle innovation renews it. The craftsman who masters both is like a patient gardener who tends an old tree and grafts a new branch. The resulting organism continues to live in its established place while slowly adapting to fresh demands. The stories encourage this horticultural care for culture, emphasizing continuity alongside gentle growth. In the end, skill and representation are presented as parts of an ongoing civic conversation. The maker, the viewer, and the overseer participate in a shared choreography of attention, where each act of craft contributes to a larger pattern of social life. This choreography is not rigid, but composed of repeating movements that soothe rather than startle. The myths teach that through steady practice and measured display, a community can keep a calm order and a collective memory that endures. This quiet reflection on art, craft, and transformation continues to unfold. Like a loom that never stops its rhythm, the stories move in soft cycles, reminding listeners of the value of patient work, of the ethics of representation, and of the gentle rules that govern communal life. In each telling, there is an invitation to slow the pace, to observe how small choices accumulate into lasting forms, and to notice how images can guide behavior with a steady, unhurried hand. As scenes are woven, as faces are carved and placed, the cultural fabric is slowly renewed. The maker's hand, guided by inherited method and by modest creativity, threads meaning into the world. The laws of form and the rules of social regard interweave, producing objects that are both useful and instructive. The myths, in their calm repetition, teach that skill is not merely personal achievement, but a communal resource to be tended with care. The notion of transformation, appearing in both gentle and more striking forms, serves as a reminder of consequences and continuities. A change in form preserves the essential activity while altering its public role. A woven pattern becomes a living motif. A protective face becomes a civic emblem. Such shifts are not abrupt negations, but reassignments that keep the central act, the making, present in new ways. The tales suggest a preference for conservation through change, a slow adaptive process that honors both craft and community. Listening to these stories in a slow breath allows the mind to accept their lessons without sharp resistance. The images and actions are not commands but models, examples of how a society may organize talent and temper desire. The myths are gentle case studies of balance, how to encourage excellence without letting it unravel social ties, how to honor innovation without discarding tradition, how to use representation to steady rather than to provoke. The repeated motifs across various media create a calm continuity that stabilizes identity. When an image recurs on cloth, on coin, and on wall, it forms a network of signs that reassure. The presence of such recurring symbols is akin to a familiar melody that eases the listener into peace. The crafts provide that melody. Their measured repetition becomes the lullaby of civic life, a soft accompaniment to the routines of daily living. The stories thus persuade by the steady appeal of recurring form. There is a slow wisdom in the way these tales position makers and their works within the social order. The artisan is not merely a producer of goods, but a keeper of standards, a teacher of temperament, and a participant in public life. The craftsperson's role is broad and softly dignified, encompassing practical skill and subtle instruction. The narratives respect this breadth, portraying skill as an integrated aspect of communal well-being rather than as isolated talent. Through the gentle narratives that feature weaving, crafted images, and transformations, a continuous thread of thought emerges about the ethics of representation. Makers are urged to weigh their choices, to consider how depiction affects the viewer and the community. The myths do not dictate a single rule, but offer a reflective path. Choose with care, make with restraint, and allow skill to serve common life. In this way, craft becomes an expression of civic prudence. The presence of protective images on objects underlines the belief that representation can actively shape experience. A face placed in a door or on a shield is not a mere ornament. It is a pragmatic device calculated to alter behavior and to provide reassurance. This functional use of symbolism aligns with the broader civic aim of maintaining order and safety through modest and enduring means. The tales remind us that symbols can be practical tools when used with thoughtful intent. Within communal practice, the gentle adjudication of disputes over craft also reflects a preference for reconciliation over spectacle. When disputes arise, the response tends to be corrective, emphasizing restitution and reintegration. Such procedures prioritize the repair of social ties and the preservation of shared techniques. The myths reflect this spirit by favoring measured responses that restore harmony and allow skill to continue serving the public good. The artistic process itself is a meditative labor. The rhythm of repetition, the attention to small adjustments, the slow calibration of tension and pattern, all these elements foster an inner calm. Practitioners often speak of a state in which time folds quietly, where the work absorbs attention in a way that diminishes anxiety. The myths suggest that this inner calm is itself a social benefit, for makers who are steady in temperament contribute stability to the larger community. As viewers learn to read crafted objects, they develop a gentle literacy of form. They come to recognize certain motifs as polite signals, certain arrangements as indicators of status or intention. This literacy helps maintain social order by smoothing interactions. The myths encourage such learning, suggesting that shared codes of representation make public life more predictable and thus more peaceful. In reflecting on imitation, the narratives endorse a balanced view: copy to learn, innovate to revitalize, but always remain humble about authorship. The craftsman's true legacy is continuity, the passing of practiced methods that bind generations. Ownership of technique is thus communal rather than absolute, and the stories teach that such sharing preserves skill more reliably than possessive claim. This communal ethos is quietly protective of tradition. There is comfort in the predictability of forms repeated across time. A patterned textile, a sculpted face, a painted scene. These constant elements form a cultural memory that reassures. The myths are attentive to that reassurance, using repeated images to convey the idea that some things must remain steady amid change. The calm rhythm of recurrence supports a sense of continuity, and it comforts those who live within the pattern. Finally, the gentle lessons of these stories linger like a slow melody. They encourage a tempered approach to excellence, a measured use of representation, and a communal care for craft. Each image, each woven line, and each carved face participates in a broader conversation about how society can sustain skill without letting it become a source of division. The tales offer an enduring suggestion that through patient practice and modest display, a community can keep itself quiet, ordered, and stable. Stone rises in quiet geometry, a deliberate arrangement of light and shadow that invites a slow, steady attention. Columns stand like patient sentinels, each one slightly curved and subtly tuned to counter the eye's desire for perfect straightness. These refinements are gentle corrections, small acts of care that make the whole seem at once stronger and more natural. In the stillness of early morning, the marble breathes with a soft warmth as the sun slides along its fluted surfaces. The temple's silhouette holds the sky in a soft embrace, an architectural gesture that is both simple and profound. It asks nothing sudden of the observer, only a measured, calm regard. This steadiness is itself a kind of offering, a visible expression of thought shaped into stone, inviting a quiet, thoughtful response. The stones themselves tell of distant quarries and careful hands. Pentelic marble, pale and luminous, was chosen for its gentle glow under light, a material that seems to carry its own inner warmth. Builders moved and fitted these blocks with long patience, using plumb lines, wooden templates, and the experience of many seasons. Joints were cut and smoothed, surfaces polished to catch a particular quality of daylight. The foundation sits on limestone, a firm base that anchors the lighter marble above. Each element is measured in relation to the whole, a practice of balance and proportion. The act of building becomes a slow conversation between material and maker, where each decision is quiet and deliberate, aimed at achieving a harmony that endures beyond a single lifetime. Columns hold the roof in a manner both practical and symbolic. The Doric order, with its plain capitals and strong proportions, conveys a sense of measured strength. The Ionic order, lighter and more ornamented, brings a rhythm of graceful spirals and delicate scale. These formal choices are not mere decoration. They shape how light moves across surfaces, how shadows fall and linger. Antitheses, the subtle swelling of column shafts, corrects visual flattening and lends a sense of living form. The stylobate, not perfectly flat, but gently curved, prevents the eye from perceiving a sag and instead encourages a perception of steady resilience. Such optical refinements are expressions of thoughtful care, small adjustments that make an architectural whole feel comfortable to the eye and mind. The entablature rests above, its frieze and metopes carrying carved narratives in quiet relief. Sculptors arranged scenes with an eye for balance and calm rhythm, figures moving in measured procession, their gestures composed and deliberate. These scenes often show struggles and encounters, but in the sculptural handling, the emotion is restrained, the lines composed, the forms arranged to maintain visual dignity. The rhythm of repeated motifs and the spacing of figures create a meditative cadence. Shadows gather softly in the deepest cuts and slide away from raised planes, giving a sense of depth without sharp surprise. The reliefs guide the eye along a continuous path, like a slow walk around a familiar place, inviting reflection rather than abrupt feeling. At the east and west pediments, larger compositions sit within triangular frames, scenes balanced like chords in a gentle melody. Figures lean toward one another in calm gestures, their postures shaped to fit the sloping architecture. The central figures are often at rest, arranged to anchor the composition, while attendants move outward with decreasing intensity. The stone allows for soft transitions from front to depth, flattening with restraint, and then deepening unexpectedly in places of important detail. Light plays across these forms differently as the day moves, a slow choreography that changes the face of the sculpture without startling. The pediments are like a quiet canopy, a sculpted breath held between sky and body. At the heart of the temple stood the cult statue, a figure designed to be seen from within the cool stillness of the inner chamber. Made of gold and ivory in some instances, or carved from fine marble in others, these images were conceived on a human scale that invited a gentle closeness. Phidias and his workshop, working with refined skill, shaped forms that spoke of presence without urgency. The statue stands in dignified calm, attire folded with composed lines, gaze directed in a way that suggests attentive stillness. The surface treatment, whether softly turned ivory or burnished metal, catches the available light and gives the figure a warmth that seems quiet and contained. To stand near such a figure is to feel enclosed in a slow, reassuring attention. The cella itself is a quiet room, removed from the bright openness of the peristyle, a space of cooler air and hushed sound. Within its walls, the sounds of the outer world soften, and the mind finds a steadier rhythm. Votive objects may surround the inner space, small gifts laid with gentle intention, each one a private expression folded into the public order. Sculpted reliefs on interior walls echo themes from the outside, creating an inner echo that links private thought and communal value. The architecture of this inner sanctuary encourages a slow turning inward, a reflective posture that is calm and steady. Even the footsteps within the cella are measured, the acoustics absorbing noise and leaving a hush that invites meditation. Approach to the temple is itself composed, a procession of transitions from open space to enclosed sacredness. Steps rise and lead to a threshold, a measured crossing point between everyday life and a space shaped for focused attention. The pronaos serves as a liminal room, a place of pause before entering fully into the sanctuary. Each element of that approach is proportioned to slow the pace, to guide movement into alignment with the architecture's rhythm. The design considers sightlines so that the statue appears and recedes with deliberate pacing, offering glimpses rather than abrupt reveals. In walking this path, one is invited to regulate breath and step to the pace the building suggests, entering a calm and collected state. Surrounding buildings and smaller shrines form a network of sacred architecture, each structure contributing its voice to the overall hush. The erechtheion, with its delicate porch and its caryatids, brings a softer, more intimate scale into the larger ensemble. Its irregular plan responds to the complex topography of the site, fitting into crevices and terraces with a tenderness that contrasts with the larger, more regular temple. The caryatids, sculpted female figures serving as supporting columns, offer a human presence that is both structural and symbolic. They carry weight with composed dignity, their garments falling in gentle folds. In these spaces, the sacred is expressed through a variety of architectural gestures, each one measured and careful. The smaller temple of Nike speaks in a language of restraint and graceful clarity. Perched on a raised platform, it offers a compact, contemplative form. Its ionic touches are light and refined, and the building's footprint invites a slow circumambulation. Such shrines invite close attention to proportion and detail, encouraging a gentle study of capitals and cornices. Even the traces of painted color that remain suggest a warmth in ornament that would have been visible at close range. These compact forms offer a more intimate encounter with the sacred architecture, a chance to appreciate craft in detail rather than in grand sweep. Color was part of the silent voice of temple architecture. Though time has softened its presence, pigments were used to define details on sculptures, to accentuate hair, drapery, and ornamentation, and to enliven architectural moldings. The interplay of painted surfaces with the natural shine of marble created a layered effect that the eye could read gently, like a whispered notation. The palette was often subdued by contemporary standards, earthy and composed, chosen to harmonize with the stone and the surrounding land. Traces of these colors remain like faint memories, hints of an original appearance that was lively yet restrained, reinforcing the architecture's character without loudness. Close observation reveals technical gestures that aim at perceptual harmony. Columns are spaced to create rhythmic intervals that guide the eye slowly along a path. Corners receive special treatment with entases and slight adjustments that neutralize visual tensions. The architects studied how a building would look from multiple vantage points and made refined changes so that no single perspective would dominate. This holistic approach ensures that movement around the temple is a calm experience, each step revealing a new balance. The result is a structure that feels inevitable in its presence, as if every stone is exactly where it was meant to be, without strain or excess. Workshops of sculptors and stonecutters functioned as quiet centers of labor and learning. Apprentices learned through slow repetition, copying forms, and practicing transitions until the hand itself became disciplined. Masters guided those hands with patient corrections, shaping lines and surfaces with small, deliberate motions. Tools were chosen for their capacity to make subtle marks rather than loud statements. In the rhythm of this craft, each figure emerges from the block through a long series of tiny decisions. Such labor is itself a kind of meditation, an attentive work that cultivates silence through repetition and steady focus. The resulting sculptures carry the imprint of that calm discipline. The planning of a sanctuary extended into the surrounding landscape, integrating gardens, altars, and processional ways into a cohesive whole. Paths were arranged to step down the hill or curve around terraces, creating a gentle choreography of arrival and departure. Olive trees and sacred groves provided shaded places of rest, their leaves whispering with the breeze in a soft accompaniment to the stone. Water features and cisterns offered quiet sounds that complemented the sense of repose. The overall composition treated the built and natural elements as partners in a single calming composition, each part contributing to an atmosphere conducive to contemplation. Treasuries and stoas near the main temple held objects of collective memory and offerings from distant peoples. Small rooms stored votive riches, dedicatory plaques, and the tokens of gratitude accumulated over generations. These rooms were quieter than public places, places for caretakers and priests to move with careful hands as they managed the accumulated gestures of devotion. The stored items were not displayed all at once, but revealed in time, their presence adding a layered sense of continuity. In handling and preserving these gifts, the custodians maintained a steady regard for the past, connecting present attention to the memory of those who had laid their offerings earlier. Light itself is sculpted by the architecture, entering in measured quantities through carefully sized openings. The roof and its beams channel illumination so that the inner spaces remain gentle, never harshly lit. At certain times of day, shafts of light land in specific places, highlighting a hand or a fold of drapery in the statue, changing the character of the figure slowly and softly. This choreography of light and stone creates moments of quiet surprise that are never abrupt, more like a subtle shift in mood than a sudden revelation. Visitors learn to notice the gradations in tone, to watch how the day's movement makes the carved forms breathe with different expressions. Ceramic and metal votives, simple and refined, were left in niches and on altars as tokens of gratitude and hope. Some are small figurines, others are painted bowls, each placed with a mindful gesture. These objects are humble in scale, but rich in meaning, intimate marks of personal attention embedded in a larger public order. They accumulate slowly, their presence multiplying into a delicate texture of memory. The careful placement and maintenance of these offerings required ongoing attentiveness, a practice that keeps the temple alive as a place where private and communal concerns meet. Each votive is a soft footprint of someone's quiet care. Architectural inscriptions and dedicatory plaques record names and deeds with a simple, measured script. The letters are cut with steady precision, their forms arranged along stones that themselves have been aligned with care. These inscriptions mark contributions and dedications without ostentation, their purpose to remember and to anchor a sense of shared responsibility. The stone text is part of the larger speaking of the place, a quiet record that blends with the structure's calm authority. Reading such texts in the hush of the sanctuary invites a slow comprehension, a recognition of the human threads woven into the fabric of the site. Sound within the precinct moves with a soft geometry. Footsteps on stone have a muted rhythm. Voices tend toward lowered tones, and the rustle of fabric meets the marble with a gentle whisper. The materials themselves absorb and diffuse sound so that noise does not linger abruptly. Even ritual music, when present, follows a measured tempo, instruments and voices combining in a way that supports reflection rather than agitation. The overall acoustic environment contributes to an atmosphere where thoughts can settle and attention can be lent to subtle forms and symbols. It is an auditory companion to the visual calm of the architecture. Maintenance of these structures was carried out with steady hands and long memory. Craftspeople repaired elements, replaced wooden beams, and cleaned surfaces, each task performed with awareness of proportion and continuity. The act of tending is itself an ongoing ritual, a practical devotion that preserves the built order for future attention. The way a column is repointed or a frieze conserved involves choices that honor the original intent, recognizing that the building's meaning depends on both structure and care. Such maintenance is a practice of continuity that links generations through the patience of repair and preservation. The Parthenon served multiple gentle functions, among them the housing of sacred images and the safeguarding of communal wealth. Within its measured spaces, public and religious life found an anchor, a point where civic identity and spiritual care intertwined. The building's presence on the hill provided a calm focus visible from many parts of the city, a reminder of a collective project rendered in stone. Its proportions and ornament convey a belief in order and balance, not as a rigid imposition, but as an invitation to live in alignment with measured principles. This convergence of practical and symbolic use is part of the temple's enduring appeal. Workshops and studios near the religious precinct fostered a culture of refined skill, where potters, metalworkers, and sculptors exchanged knowledge. This exchange was conducted in repetitive practice, in the sharing of patterns and proportions that had been tested and improved over time. The professional craft life was slow and accumulative, each generation adding small refinements to the accumulated techniques. Such an environment supports the development of a shared aesthetic language, a repertoire of forms and motifs that harmonized across different media. The result is a cultural continuity that finds expression in architecture, sculpture, and the modest objects of daily use. The layout of the overall complex reflects a concern for communal flow, for how people gather, move, and pause together. Open spaces provide room for meeting, and sightlines permit shared observation of the sacred forms. The perimeters are designed so that activity can happen at a human pace, allowing conversation, contemplation, and participation. The built edges shelter movement and channel attention, making collective practices feel natural and unhurried. Through these spatial choices, the precinct supports both the solitude of individual reflection and the quiet cohesion of group presence, balancing personal inwardness with shared belonging. The long view of the temple includes the slow sedimentation of memory, layers of offerings, repairs, and small changes made over the years. Each generation leaves traces that become part of the structure's story, not shouted proclamations, but subtle additions and worn edges. These cumulative marks give the building a sense of time and continuity, a palimpsest of care. The stone records, footsteps, and weather, and hands that shaped and maintained it. In this way, the temple functions as a slow archive, holding memory in material form, inviting those who enter to feel part of an extended human attention that spans beyond individual lifetimes. Even in the quiet of ruins, the architectural grammar remains legible. Broken columns still suggest proportional choices. Scattered fragments hint at sculptural rhythms, and the ground plan suggests the ordered sequence of movement. The silent remains preserve lessons about balance, restraint, and the slow practice of making public forms that embody private attentions. Observing these traces can be an act of gentle study, a way of learning from what endures and from what has softened with time. The ruins speak in a measured voice, teaching that care and proportion survive as values even when detail has vanished. The relationship between political life and building projects was often expressed through patronage and collective investment in the sanctuary. Leaders and communities committed resources to create spaces that reflected shared ideals. The act of building together became a way to articulate collective purpose in material form, yet the language chosen was always one of proportion and measured ornament, avoiding flamboyance in favor of enduring clarity. This restraint reflects an understanding that civic values are best expressed through forms that invite steady attention and responsibility rather than through loud display. The temple thus served as a calm emblem of communal aspiration. The hand of the sculptor is visible in subtle gestures that shape emotion without excess. Eyes are carved with soft planes, mouths set in controlled form, and limbs arranged to suggest movement contained within a composed framework. Drapery falls in predictable folds that guide light and shadow with purpose. Such restrained modeling produces figures that are accessible and human, inviting empathy without overwhelming feeling. The sculptor's craft lies in cultivating presence through measured restraint, creating figures that encourage slow consideration rather than sudden excitement. This aesthetic of control fosters a contemplative mood in those who observe. The experience of walking slowly around the temple complex naturally slows the mind. The repetition of columns, the measured intervals between architectural elements, and the gradual changes in elevation all promote a rhythmic pace. In that rhythm, thought finds a relaxed tempo, allowing images and ideas to surface without force. The built environment provides a scaffold for reflection, a physical rhythm that synchronizes with internal breathing and thought. In such a space, the act of being present becomes uncomplicated and soft, a gentle alignment of body, sight, and attention. Looking at the sculptures from varying distances reveals different kinds of attention. Close up, one notices tool marks and the fine transitions of plane. From afar, the composition reads as a balanced whole. The ability to move between these distances is part of the design's quiet generosity. The architecture does not demand a single mode of viewing, but allows for layered appreciation. One may stand near and admire a chisel's subtle incision, or step back and receive the calm of an entire frieze. This interplay between micro and macro perception supports a gentle intellectual curiosity, a slow unfolding of detail and pattern. The careful integration of narrative and form makes the sculptures instructive without being didactic. Stories are suggested through composed actions and dignified gestures, enabling viewers to recall and reflect rather than be startled into reaction. The scenes often emphasize ordered relationships and responsibilities, expressed by measured poses and restrained interaction. This kind of storytelling through stone is a meditative practice, offering moral images that one can dwell upon in quiet thought. The sculptures function as a visual text read in a hush, providing cues for ethical reflection that linger like a soft refrain. Even during festivals and gatherings, the architecture preserves its composed rhythm. Processions move along predetermined paths that respect the building's geometry, and offerings are laid with deliberate gestures. Music and speech unfold at tempos that harmonize with the space rather than disrupt it. The temple's design supports collective activity while maintaining an atmosphere conducive to peaceful reflection. The built order is resilient, accommodating movement and congregation without losing its essential composure. In this way, public life and private attention coexist within an architectural framework that values calm continuity. The Parthenon and its neighboring structures are enduring lessons in how architecture can embody a civic spirit through form, proportion, and the quiet accumulation of care. They invite a slow engagement with beauty that is never frantic or excessive, but steady and measured. The craftsmanship, the choice of materials, and the subtle optical refinements all conspire to create a place that feels natural and right to the eye and mind. In the steady light of morning or the gentle glow of evening, the stones offer a reassuring presence, a place where thought can slow and attention can settle, sustained by the calm eloquence of balanced design. Soft footsteps move in rhythm with the long shadow of a column. Gentle hands arrange cloth and garlands with the same patience that tends a low flame. The air holds the quiet scent of cedar, of incense, of flowering myrtle. Voices are low and steady, measured as breath. Each movement is repeated, not for alarm, but to remind bodies and minds of their place within a larger pattern. The slow beat of drums or the hush of cymbals becomes a metronome for memory, keeping time between moments and weaving them into a steady thread. Banners hang like sleeping birds from tall poles, their edges lifted sometimes by a thin, warm wind. The patterns on the cloth tell of rivers, of mountains, of journeys. People stand in practiced rows, their faces softened by dusk or dawn light. There is no hurry in their alignment, only a careful joining. The leader moves with deliberate small gestures, palms shown, eyes lowered at times, then raised to catch the line of the crowd. Gifts are carried forward in water-smooth trays, bowls of fruit, jars of oil, woven cloth folded like a private story. Ceremony follows the gentle logic of seasons. As the earth turns, so do the rites that mark planting, growth, and harvest. Grain is offered, wine is poured, and thanks flows out as naturally as water into channels. The act of giving is quiet and mutual. Nothing is taken without a soft exchange of words or song. People speak blessings in a calm voice, names of ancestors passing like stones across a calm pool. Each name stirs a small ripple, and the pool settles again, reflecting the sky unchanged. Priests move slowly among the people, their robes whispering against a stone. They carry small objects, tools of ritual, polished and familiar. They touch the flame. They lift the bowl. They press the palm to the chest in a private acknowledgement. Their training is long and steady. Their speech uses few words, but each one is chosen and held as one might hold a warm cup. Their presence reassures. The ordinary breathing of the crowd becomes quieter in their wake, steady as a tide. There are processions that wind through terraces and stairways, careful paths traced over carved steps. The sound of sandals against stone keeps a soft percussion. Musicians at the flanks play single notes that linger, notes that do not startle, notes that carry like light over still water. The rhythm is unhurried, measured like heartbeats. Courtyards open to receive the flow, columns framing the moving line with an even patience. At certain points, someone pauses and offers a chant. A line repeated is a gentle knot in the sequence. Offerings are placed with thought and care. Bowls of grain, jars of oil, small figures, and woven bands find their resting places on altars and shallow basins. Each item lies in a space prepared for it, as if each object has known its place all along. Hands linger a second on the offering, a quiet touch as if to say, "I remember." An elder passes a soft word, a memory shared like a small lamp. Children watch, learning the weight of these gestures, the slow grammar of belonging. Water plays a steady role in the rites, flowing in channels cut smooth by time. It is carried in clay vessels, ladled into basins, used to wash hands and faces. Sometimes, a thread of water runs over polished stone, catching light in thin slices. The act of cleansing is more than physical. It is a shaping of readiness, a gentle preparation for the presence offered rather than taken. Fingers dip and rise, droplets like small promises escaping the skin and returning to the earth. Fire is tended with equal care. Flames are small, not grand, but they are constant. A few coals glow steadily in a shallow bowl, breathing slow and even. The smell of smoke is familiar, like an old story heard many times. As people draw near, they bow in a manner that is almost a nod to the continuity of life. The flame holds a cool warmth against the cool air. It does not demand, it invites. The movement of embers is slow and deliberate, as if they are thinking, deciding to remain. Music in these moments is spare and thoughtful. Flute notes wander like a stream, not rushing. Harp strings are plucked with careful, even pressure, producing notes that drift and vanish softly. The sound never presses forward. It creates a space between notes that lets listeners breathe. Songs are often short, refrains repeated until the words fall into the rhythm of the body. Voices blend in textures that soothe rather than excite. Even laughter, when it appears, is small and quick and goes away gently. The language of ritual is often metaphor. Gifts may be called seeds, and words may be likened to rain. Silence itself is given a name, and that silence is tended as part of the rite. When someone speaks, the sentence is simple and precise, like placing a stone in a river to direct the flow. The crowd responds in small echoes. A thought is offered and receives a soft acknowledgement. The exchange is not debate, but a mutual recognition that keeps the fabric of the gathering intact. Kings and leaders sometimes stand within these spaces, their presence measured and calm. They do not tower in fury, but in a kind of steady ease. Their garments are chosen with care, the fabric folded with hands that know the weight of custom. They move through the court like someone walking along a long corridor of memory. Their gestures are small and purposeful. When they accept gifts, it is with a gentle nod, as if receiving a trust rather than taking power. Diplomatic exchanges are conducted in similar measured rhythms. Envoys present goods from far places, each wrapped and placed with ritual courtesy. Their offerings are received by attendants who know the gentle codes of respect. The caravan's journey is acknowledged in the presentation, and the exchange is accompanied by a soft recitation that names the far lands and the long roads. The act of accepting a gift is like accepting a story. It folds the foreign into the local, and both become softer for it. Scribes record these moments with patient, careful strokes. Their reed pens scratch in rhythms that echo the slow cadence around them. They write names, lists, quantities, and small notes about the occasion. The script is neat and deliberate, each sign a small piece placed into a larger mosaic of memory. Records are not mere numbers. They are traces that allow a later hand to re-enter the quiet space and understand, much as a soft footprint allows one to follow without surprise. Architecture itself participates in the ritual. Stairways, columns, and terraces are set to guide movement slowly and purposefully. The spaces create rests and pauses. A shallow alcove, a shallow well, a low bench invites a moment of silence. Courtyards open into each other in sequences that let the air move like a slow breath. Stone surfaces are worn smooth by many hands, their coolness a comfort. The play of light and shade across carved reliefs softens the day and encourages contemplative steps. Faces in the crowd show a vast calm, lines of age, the gentle roundness of young cheeks, the even tilt of at ease eyes. There is a collective softness to the attention. People are attentive, but not tense. They allow long silences and accept short utterances that carry much. Children watch with curious, unhurried interest, sometimes imitating small gestures with their own tiny hands. The gathering is a shared presence, slow pooling of being, without urgency. Seasonal festivals recur like the tides. There are times of bright communal sound and times of hushed ceremony. The cycle creates a comforting predictability. People know when to prepare their gardens, when to mend their garments, when to rest. This cadenced schedule weaves private life into communal rhythm. The year becomes a tapestry of small observances, each one a familiar stitch. The anticipation of these dates brings a quiet pleasure, like waiting for a slow, expected rain. Processions that carry tribute move with disciplined pace. Representatives from many regions progress along well-worn routes, their offerings balanced and their step matched. The reliefs on palace walls suggest the measured dignity of such lines. The offering is never abrupt. It is a conversation in objects. Each item is a messenger, telling of distant soil, of different hands and markets. The act of presenting gifts binds places together, like threads woven into the same cloth. Time is counted not just in days, but in repetition of forms. Rituals provide a gentle scaffolding for memory. When a pattern is repeated, people feel a quiet continuity across generations. The same gesture passed down turns a simple touch into an ancestor's presence. The feeling of belonging grows from these repeated acts. A child learning an old song finds comfort in its familiarity. An elder sensing a familiar scent can open a whole day from long ago in a single breath. The tactile elements are essential. The feel of woven cloth, the cool curve of a clay bowl, the roughness of cord, the smoothness of metal. Hands learn vocabulary through these textures. The memory of ritual is anchored in sensation. A single fingertip on a particular stone is enough to bring back the cadence of a long ago rite. The body remembers what words cannot fully hold. These sensations are treasured like small, steady stars in a quiet skies. Names of sacred beings are spoken with a soft reverence. They are not shouted across crowds, but are offered in a tone like turning a page. People do not demand answers from the world. They ask with patience. Names are called to acknowledge presence, not to command. The sense of the divine here is gentle, woven into daily life, like a low hum. The world is greeted with thanks and with careful, steady respect. The role of women in many of these rituals is quiet but central. Hands that weave and bake, that carry water and arrange flowers, often lead the practical aspects of ceremony. Their knowledge is long, practical, and generative. They pass down methods of preparation, ways to tie folds of cloth, how to select the best sprigs of myrtle. Their tasks sustain the gathering, tending the small details that allow the larger moment to remain calm and whole. There is a long attention to order in the arrangement of objects and people. The right place for a bowl, the right moment to speak, the correct way to step forward. These are practices taught gently and repeated. This order does not feel stiff. It feels like a carefully tended garden. Every plant has room to grow. Every path is clear. When the community adheres to these forms, everyone moves with less effort, with more ease. Migration and exchange shape the texture of ritual over long spans. New goods appear, new sounds enter the music, and foreign words find gentle places in the local tongue. These changes come in soft layers, like sediment settling on a riverbed. They do not erase what came before but add to it, deepening the richness of practice. The community learns to hold many small influences together, letting each settle and be honored. Food and shared meals are a calm center of many gatherings. Bread is broken into even pieces and passed. Stews steam in large pots, their aroma a low invitation. People sit in small circles, conversing in soft tones. The act of sharing is a ritual of its own. The pace of eating is slow, as if savoring is part of the ceremony. Plates are cleaned with quiet efficiency, and leftovers are saved. Nothing is wasted. Everything is offered a place. The sense of time in ritual is not frantic. Hours stretch like woven cloth, each thread lying next to another. The community measures life in these gentle increments. Even urgency becomes a small, managed thing within the rite, softened by the expectation of order. People learn that patience is a form of strength. The slow making of decisions in public councils is itself ritual, a way to keep the group in balance. Silk and linen, gold leaf, and carved bone appear in votive gifts. These objects carry the hand of the giver. They are chosen with care, wrapped and presented slowly. The attaching of ribbons, the smoothing of edges, the bowing of the head, all are gestures that say more than the object alone. The gift becomes a voice in the communal conversation, soft and enduring. In small ways, these offerings write private histories onto public space. Architecture sometimes memorializes the ritual in stone. Reliefs show rows of figures bearing gifts, musicians playing slow notes, kings standing with calm composure. These images are not triumphalist, but orderly, meant to hold the memory of a way people moved together. Inscribed texts list names and dates, short and plain. The permanence of stone gives a quiet reassurance that the rhythm of life will be known again by later eyes. The role of law and decree is bound to the measured pace of ceremony. Declarations are made atop raised platforms, not shouted in the street. Witnesses are few and significant. The public pronouncement is folded into ritual so that authority becomes not just command, but something sanctified by the shared acts of people. The legal and the sacred overlap in small, deliberate ways. Learning is woven into ritual life. Young people are taught by watching and by performing small tasks. Apprentices carry water, sweep floors, roll scrolls. Over time, they gain the right to speak certain words and to lead simple parts of the rite. The passing of knowledge is patient and slow. It does not hurry. Instead, it trusts that repetition will build skill and that steady practice will create wisdom. Grief and joy are both given spaces within these settings. Mourning is done with quiet gestures, songs held low, and objects placed with measured care. Joy is expressed with communal food, with clearer music, with light touches and brief laughter. Both emotions are recognized and respected. They are part of the whole rhythm and are given time to breathe within the steady choreography. Even trade becomes ritualized. Markets open on certain days aligned with communal calendars, merchants setting up their stalls in patterns that echo the order of the city. Commerce is not separate from ceremony. It moves to a similar cadence. Transactions are conducted with politeness and small recitations. Barter is carried out with mutual acknowledgement. The exchange of goods becomes another way of sharing in common life. The act of remembering ancestors holds a soft place in these rites. Names are spoken, small offerings placed at markers, and stories told in calm voices. The dead are invited into the circle in a respectful manner, not with fear, but with continuing care. Their presence is a thread that binds past to present. The lineage of actions continued without strain. Children learn these stories as lullabies of belonging. Light changes slowly across courtyards, and the pace of ritual adapts to its movement. Morning ceremonies greet the day with a cool clarity. Midday acts unfold with a warm, steady light. Evening rites are shadowed and intimate, the flame and the stars becoming companions. The rituals match the day's tone, moving gently as the sun travels across the sky, inviting restful attention. In private corners, small acts mirror the grander public ones. Families tend miniature altars, fold small offerings, and recite simple words. The domestic scale of these acts helps sustain the larger public life. Home practices are the quiet apprenticeship for public presence. They keep the ritual alive in small, repeated forms, so that the fabric of community never frays. The economy of gesture becomes refined over generations. A nod, a particular way of holding a bowl, the angle of a hand, each communicates more than the most ornate speech. People learn to read these subtle signs and to respond with matching gentleness. This economy keeps noise down and meaning clear. In such a world, small acts carry steady weight. The scent of gardens blends with incense in many ceremonies. Fragrant herbs are woven into wreaths. Flowers are scattered in slow arcs, and leaves are pressed into cloth as keepsakes. These natural smells anchor memory. When a familiar fragrance returns, the whole scene reappears, like a page opened to a known place. Nature and human order meet here in a soft embrace. Ritual life stretches into the forms of justice and reconciliation. When disputes arise, they are often brought into the rhythm of public hearing, where both parties present tokens and statements in a measured way. The process favors calm presentation over noisy defense. This measured approach tends to heal by allowing all voices to be heard in turn and with dignity. Symbols persist in small, everyday ways. A carved motif on a cup, a particular knot in a sash, a recurring melody all become familiar markers. These symbols are not flashy. They are plain, reliable anchors. Their recurrence gives comfort. They form a quiet language that people share without needing to explain. The motion of the community in ritual is a slow choreography that teaches patience. As people learn the steps, their bodies find rest in repetition. The repetition is not monotony, it is a deepening. Each time the same movement is made, its meaning grows like rings in a slowly aging tree. The practice preserves not only memory, but a sense of continuity that supports life in small and steady ways. Soft images travel through small circles of metal, impressions pressed and held, an owl in quiet profile, a helmeted face in calm relief. The coin is cool in the hand, a little round world that carries a careful likeness. Its light catches the raised edges and makes a slow, steady shine. People have used these small rounds to mark value and memory, and in that quiet way, the image keeps its presence. The owl looks out without hurry, an emblem that slips into pockets and purses, into the slow exchange of everyday life. Sculpture receives the image in a different gesture, a larger breath of stone and bronze given time to weather. Faces are chiseled with a measured hand, the curve of a cheek, the soft edge of a helmet, the suggestion of an aegis across a shoulder. Statues stand in open air and in calm rooms. Their shadows lengthen and shorten with the sun, and in that passing light, the figure remains steady. People stop and stand before them and breathe more slowly, as if the stone itself asks for composed attention. In painted pottery, the motif moves with a softer line, drawn by hand and kiln. An artist works with limited space and a careful palette, and the image becomes narrative and quiet. Scenes of skill and of counsel appear around a vase, woven into patterns and borders. These painted pieces travel into homes, into the daily acts of pouring and setting down cups. The image sits beside bread and oil and keeps its watchful, instructive silence. Public architecture borrows the same language, and the carved reliefs on friezes speak like a steady, soft voice. Columns echo the rhythm of footsteps. The sculpted figures on a temple band are arranged with a slow geometry, each form a measured note in a longer melody. The viewer moves, and the scene unfolds in sequence, a gentle procession of learned gestures. Stone supports stone, and the atmosphere is contained and calm, a place where a community meets itself in measured order. In courts and halls, the symbol finds a legal surface, an idea that supports law with a gentle authority. Words and images pair together, and the figure becomes a metonym for prudence in judgment. Magistrates and scribes work with forms to keep records, to establish precedent, to carry memory forward. Legal formulas settle like dust into ledgers. The presence of that image on seals and on official documents is a quiet reassurance, a visual equivalent of a steady hand on a scale. Education takes the image into rooms where learning is a slow, repeated practice. Students sit with tablets or scrolls, fingers tracing letters with a soft rhythm. The motif appears on teaching tools and on tokens, a companion to rote and to skill. Teachers speak in low measured tones, guiding hands as they learn to weave words into sentences, to map ideas into practical forms. The symbol is not loud in these rooms. It is a steady companion that reminds the learner of measured knowledge and patient work. Guilds of craftsmen echo the same temper. Weavers, potters, metalworkers, and carpenters gather in narrow workshops where the air carries the scent of wet clay and warmed metal. Tools are set in organized rows, and the practiced motions of hands follow a choreography learned through time. The emblem appears on storerooms, on contract marks, on the borders of finished pieces. It is a quiet badge of shared standards, of learned technique, passed from shoulder to shoulder in a slow line of apprentices. In civic life, the image is woven into the rituals that mark the calendar. Processions move with steady feet and low drums, banners flowing with designs that repeat. These public movements are not meant to startle, but to bind. The motif travels on cloth and on standards, on the ends of spears and the rims of shields. Citizens touch these things as they pass, and the slow continuity of the pattern helps them to breathe together, to remember the practiced forms of their collective life. Numismatists, many centuries later, examine the coins like quiet readers of old letters. They turn the small faces of metal under lamplight and track the subtle differences of style and measure. Each die and each mint bears the careful hand of an artisan. Letters wear at the edges, and the finish of the metal tells a slow story of circulation. The owl's eye is different here. The helmet tilts differently there, and these small changes are read as a patient narrative of taste and administration. The image also moves into the arena of rhetoric and law, where words are arranged like stones in a wall. Orators bring careful cadence to arguments, shaping phrases that bend and settle like soft clay. The symbol is invoked as a model of measured speech, as counsel that favors balance. Legal terms adopt metaphors of craft and planning. Judges and advocates invoke it to suggest prudence rather than passion, calm thought rather than sudden impulse. Artists across eras borrow and reinterpret the motif, and in that repetition there is both tradition and reinvention. Bronze casts are retouched. Painters layer oil and glaze to achieve the sheen of a helmet. Each artist works slowly, learning from the touch of previous hands. The image is thus both a reference and a quiet provocation, inviting new temperaments to speak through its old lines. That conversation across time is itself a restful pattern, a slow hand extended between centuries. When empires change and rulers adopt the images of the past, they do so with a gentle continuity. New patrons place familiar symbols on public buildings and coins to suggest stability. The image slides into new contexts without violence. It is adapted in scale and technique, but it remains a calming figure, a symbolic anchor in shifting political seas. People moving through marketplaces and forums encounter it as a neighbor rather than as a stranger, and it anchors memory in the city's visible fabric. In libraries and scriptoria, the motif appears in marginal illustrations, painted with soft pigments and careful brushes. Scribes bend over their work with attentive, repeating gestures. Ink dries into words that are copied and recopied. The symbol in the margins offers a pause, a small image that invites the reader to reflect. Books move slowly from hand to hand, and the presence of that familiar figure is a steadying detail, a visual exhale amid dense pages of argument and story. Architectural ornaments carry the theme in subtle ways: the curve of a cornice, the rhythm of a column, a carved relief at a doorway. These are gentle presences in everyday encounters. Doors open and close, shadows shift on the carved lines, and the observer senses a continuity of care in the assembled forms. The symbol becomes integrated in the very habit of moving through constructed spaces, a reminder that order can be shaped into the places where people live and meet. In academies, the emblem sits on syllabi and on ceremonial garments. Scholars wear it like a soft badge, and students receive it on diplomas and seals. The symbol here is not a demand but a suggestion, an emblem of a practiced, disciplined mind. Lectures unfold in calm rhythms. Questions are posed and considered slowly. The ideal that the symbol stands for is taught by example and repetition rather than by harsh edict. The motif also enters private devotion and small household practice, placed on shrines or woven into tapestry. In a quiet room, it hangs near a lamp, its details visible in the amber light. Homemakers set out small offerings and speak soft prayers that ask for steady skill and safe shelter. These private interactions are intimate gestures, and the image in this context becomes a familiar presence in hours of rest and labor alike. Throughout coins, sculptures, and painted ceramics, the image is an object lesson in economy of form. Lines are spare and deliberate. Ornament does not swell into excess. The restraint itself embodies a teaching about sufficiency. Those who study it learn to value the balanced and the functional. The motif thus becomes an instruction in aesthetic modesty, a slow encouragement to prefer clarity over flamboyance. As political entities expand and contract, their visual language moves with them. The motif can be found in distant ports, traded as both commodity and cult. Merchants carry goods and images together, and the symbol appears on objects far from its origin. In this wandering, its meaning widens and softens. Local makers reinterpret it in their own idioms. The image adapts like a learned hand adopting a new tool, flexible yet recognizable. Museums in later eras gather many of these objects, and visitors stand with measured steps before vitrines and pedestals. Glass cools the air slightly, and labels offer dates and places in calm fonts. The modern viewer reads with a hushed curiosity, and the image on display invites contemplative attention. Its continuity across borders and times becomes a quiet narrative that stretches slowly across the room, connecting disparate objects in a patient sequence. In legal iconography, the motif is sometimes accompanied by scales or a stylized book, and these combinations form a visual shorthand. Courtrooms adopt these merged images on doors or in mosaics, and the symbolism functions as a soft code of conduct. The presence of such emblems can gently influence tone. Lawyers enter and move in spaces that signal a certain temperament. The architecture and iconography together create an environment where measured deliberation is encouraged. In pedagogy, the motif is used to represent disciplines that require both mind and hand. courses in craft and technique, in logic and rhetoric, borrow its imagery to suggest a balanced curriculum. Students learn to alternate study with practice, theory with action. The image is a steady reminder that knowledge is not purely abstract, but must be shaped and applied. The educational setting thus becomes a slow workshop where form and function are taught in tandem. Collectors and scholars create catalogs that speak in careful, patient language. Entries list provenance and weight, typology and condition. Each coin or statuette is described with the kind of detail that invites slow appreciation. Those who read these catalogs are guided through an archival landscape, noticing small variations and tracing connections. The scholarly approach treats the objects as texts, insisting on a methodical scrutineering that itself is a calming discipline. The motif is also found in heraldry and civic emblems, stylized to fit the protocols of coats of arms and civic seals. Here it is reduced to a pattern of recognizability, lines that read at a glance yet hold tradition beneath. Flags and banners make use of these simplified forms, and when they move in the wind, the symbol reads as a steady, rhythmic mark. Such public display is not intended to disrupt, but to reassure and to recall a shared civic memory. Artisans who reproduce the motif in later centuries do so with a sense of lineage. Bronze foundries and stone carvers learn techniques that have been passed down. The making is slow and repetitive. Molds are prepared, wax is shaped and melted, chisels are set to stone. In every step, there is the echo of previous hands. The continuity is not merely visual, but tactile, a lineage of touch that crosses time like a faint, continuous chord. In daily law practice, the image appears on stationery, embossed with soft pressure, on book covers, and in the seals used to close petitions. The physical act of sealing is gentle and ritualized. A stamp presses into wax, leaving a small, permanent impression. That depressed image secures a document and signals authenticity. The process is deliberate and paced, a small ceremony that brings gravity to otherwise ordinary paperwork. Academic regalia sometimes includes motifs that recall an older iconography. Robes and hoods bear embroidery that is not designed to ostentatiously proclaim power, but to suggest belonging to a scholarly lineage. Students who don these garments feel the continuity of discipline that stretches behind them. The slow ceremony of graduation moves like a procession of practiced gestures, each step a repetition that softens the edge of abrupt change. Public inscriptions and dedicatory plaques carry the image into stone letters, set into civic walls. They are read at a distance and encountered in the course of daily movement. The letters themselves are carved with measured strokes. These inscriptions are meant to be permanent, but are read in passing. Their durability provides a leisurely kind of memory, not urgent but persistent, the way a slow river shapes a bank over years. In the craft of teaching, the image is used in mnemonic devices that help students remember principles. Diagrams and simple icons are paired with maxims written in quiet script. Repetition helps to fix these ideas into mind. The teaching is incremental and patient, and the image functions as a steady cue to recall practiced strategies. Learning here is a paced unfolding rather than a sudden epiphany. Ceramic workshops reproduce the motif on tiles and bowls that circulate through homes. Potters stamp their wares with marks that denote origin and quality. The stamped image becomes a quiet guarantee, a maker's claim to a standard. Items pass from hand to hand over years, and the emblem becomes a small, recurring presence in daily life, the steady touchpoint of craft and care in ordinary routines. The image also finds its way into legal maxims and proverbs that are passed down as practical wisdom. Short phrases about balance and measured action are repeated in council chambers and togate forums. They become an oral companion to the visual motif, spoken reminders that mirror the posture of the image, an encouragement to plan, to think, and to act with restraint. In the hands of meditative sculptors, the figure is reinterpreted with new materials: glass, pewter, even delicate filigree. Each medium offers a different kind of quiet. Glass refracts light into gentle glows. Pewter holds a muted heaviness. Filigree suggests an intricate patience. The motif adapts, but keeps its steady character. The makers work in calm focus, and the resulting pieces invite a slow, contemplative attention from the holder. Public processional cloths and banners carry the motif stitched into their weave, a slow, tactile kind of inscription. Tailors and embroiderers labor for hours, knotting threads in steady repetition. The finished fabric moves with soft folds and carries the image gently through streets on procession days. The relationship between maker, material, and procession is cyclical and slow. The act of creation leads to communal display, which in turn inspires further creation. In diplomatic contexts, the motif serves as a neutral visual language across cultures. Envoys exchange gifts bearing the image as a courteous recognition of shared modes of governance and craft. The exchange is deliberate and ceremonial, conducted with soft formalities. The objects exchanged are not weapons of rhetoric, but tokens of mutual respect, small markers of a slow, mutual understanding. Art historians trace the motif's stylistic changes with a calm patience, noting the ways helmets become more angular or the owl's profile takes on a refined tilt. The chronology they construct is not a dramatic arc, but a steady map of variation. Each alteration is read as a gentle response to taste, technique, and technology. This patient mapping is itself an exercise in quiet appreciation. In modern academic seals and emblems, the motif appears with restrained formality, often paired with mottos that express ideals of measured knowledge. Universities adopt such imagery to suggest continuity with long lines of study and to anchor new institutions in a perceived tradition. The emblem is not a command, but a pledge to uphold a discipline of balance, careful inquiry, and applied skill. Collectors handle ancient examples with felt gloves, turning small pieces in meditative gestures. The coins and cameos are cataloged, stored in lined boxes, and sometimes displayed briefly under controlled light. The intimacy of that work is slow and respectful. Each object is appreciated for its subtle variances, and each surface is read as an archive of touch and time. In public memory, the symbol runs like a quiet thread through festivals, court ceremonies, and academic convocations. It is not the loudest note in civic life, but a steady harmonic that underpins various social forms. The presence of the emblem in these occasions is a soft constant, lending an understated continuity to an otherwise changing social landscape. Through all these surfaces and contexts, the image functions as a gentle teacher. It does not shout. It suggests, plan carefully, craft skillfully, speak moderately. It is a visual syllable that repeats in the long cadence of cultural practice. People learn from it by repetition and encounter, by moving through places and handling objects that bear its mark. The motif's persistence also creates a vocabulary for civic aesthetics. City planners and architects borrow its lines and proportions when shaping public spaces. The result is an environment that discourages haste and encourages reflection. Streets are laid out with measured turns. Squares are bounded by steady colonnades, and the overall effect is one of composed movement rather than abrupt interruption. In places of learning, the motif is sometimes set into floors as a medallion, or into lecture hall doors in a subtle relief. Students cross these thresholds many times and find in that repetition a composed frame for study. The ritual of entering a hall becomes part of a learned discipline of mind. The emblem anchors that ritual with a soft visual cue that accumulates meaning through repetition. Curators and conservators treat objects bearing the motif with methodical care, stabilizing surfaces and controlling environments with slow, deliberate measures. Their work is a patient stewardship. They write condition reports and monitor humidity levels. The conservation lab is calm, full of rhythmic tasks that protect fragile threads of history. In that measured atmosphere, the motif remains an object of sustained attention. In the slow exchange of cultural remembrance, the motif retains a quiet authority. It is not forced upon people, but offered as a gentle model. The calm repetition of its forms across coins, sculptures, texts, rituals, and institutions creates a long, continuous practice. The image steps softly through the rooms of public life, a signal of measured skill and communal order, and it continues without hurry into the day.